This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
Trucking companies and their insurers have teams of lawyers ready to protect their bottom line the moment an accident happens. I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been going toe-to-toe with them on behalf of seriously injured victims in Colorado. We know how to investigate these cases, build them, and win them, and we won't stop fighting until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you've been seriously injured in a trucking accident, call us today. The Wilhite Law Firm, 303-GOOD-LAW, or visit wilhitewins.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Waking up drained? Mattress Firm sleep experts will help you find the right bed for deeper rest at the Memorial Day sale. Mattress Firm. They make sleep easy.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders. It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do, and we appreciate you guys being here to hang for the show. However it is you're hanging, appreciate you being here with us. It is an official Avs game day. Cecil Lammy, we got game 2 coming up tonight at Ball Arena.
Yes.
It's going to be a 6 o'clock puck drop. How about that?
Love that.
Avs and Wild, the only show in the Chell tonight in the entire NHL playoff schedule. So get prime time and you get ESPN at 6 o'clock. Great puck drop time for this game. We are going to talk about what this team brings, how we feel on game day. Some keys to the game are coming up for you at 11 o'clock.
Mile High Moments, too.
Mile High Moments. That is exactly right.
I didn't get to spoil mine yesterday.
No, not yet. I've already got mine. And
okay.
I could be ready to go right now if you want.
Okay.
I could come out of the gates with the Mile High Moment.
Mile High Moment for me?
Yeah.
Nazem Kadri with a goal in the third period to seal the victory. I even got a final score for you, baby.
What is it?
It's 3-1.
Okay.
3-1. Avs get it done tonight. Nas gets in there. Kevin Kister already throwing his hands up.
That was my moment.
Oh, man.
Same score.
Same score and everything.
The thing is about Kadri in this last game out in game 1. He was firing at the net so much. He was so intent on getting that puck beyond the netminder. I feel that Nas gets it done tonight. So because I've exposed my high moment, we want yours to come in as well. I'm checking out our YouTube chat brought to you by Sean Ponda.
Yes.
Dover, what's your mile high moment?
So I actually wrote it down. Would you say 3-1?
3-1.
I got a 4-2 final tonight for the Colorado Avalanche. And, dude, I was actually a little annoyed yesterday with all the wedgie and Blackwood's not you specifically.
Right.
And then we get in, and Zach and Marilat's filling in for Phil, and they're talking about it. And it's like, we are just such babies in this society. Not just sports, but in life. But sports is what we happen to do for a living. I mean, dude, the guy had a below average game for who he's been over the last 2 months, and now we want to open this door and have a conversation about goaltending. I honestly think it's let Oh, God, I hate to do this already at 10:03, but it kind of, I'm going hockey guy on everybody now.
Do it.
It kind of shows your lack of hockey intelligence. And the fact that you probably weren't watching the Avalanche at the rate you should have been watching the Avalanche down the stretch. Because if you saw what I saw and you saw, and we talked about on this program, what C saw, we've been talking about Wedgie being the guy since March. I told you that day in March,
right.
Dude, I think we should stop this conversation about going back and forth. And now we're on May 5th. Happy Cinco de Mayo, tribe. And we still want to open the idea and have this conversation. I honestly think it's a very lazy narrative.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think it's a lazy narrative, and it's also trying to stir up controversy when it's not
exactly
there.
Yeah,
Jared Bednar.
Dude, there's so much to talk about with the Avalanche.
Right.
The goaltending shouldn't be a part of the topic.
It should be further down the list now because you should just be able to trust in Wedgie. Yeah, game 1, you got 6 of them things get by you. All right, how many of those were actually his fault? 2?
If that.
2 of the 6?
Yeah.
If that? So let's talk about what actually can happen in this game, and that's the response from Minnesota. That's the main thing to focus on tonight. How will they be different? How will they attack? And how will they prevent, certainly, the Avs from getting 9 goals? It's going to be a lower scoring game, right? Our guy ZB was so excited yesterday to tell us he already went on the under.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Right on, baby, right on. That's your thing. But we all know it's not going to be 14 goals.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever the over-under is, you're taking the under. Awesome. I'm so happy.
14 goals, just saying it out loud. It's
Exactly.
like, what the hell?
I don't know. It's just preposterous. There might not be 14 goals in the rest of the series.
Right.
Okay? So tonight, 2-1, something like that. But I want to know, how does Minnesota respond? How do they try to break the Avalanche? That's the main question tonight.
How do they break them? How do they play better? That's it. Play better in front of Scott Wedgwood, and that's my mile-high moment. He just nips all this in the bud. All that nonsense and the lazy takes of should there be a goalie change. It's done today. It's over. He nips it in the bud tonight. This is Scott Wedgwood's net.
Okay.
He's the man between the pipes. He's going to be a main reason why the Colorado Avalanche win Lord Stanley's Cup. Let's stop with this nonsense.
I like that your mile-high moment is about Wedgie just cementing that job.
It's over.
What are we
Done.
doing? Well,
Yeah.
It's already nonsense to get to this point, to get 5 games into the postseason. Your record is perfect.
Perfect.
The goals that buy you were a lot this last time out. It's not going to be that way this time. It just isn't.
No,
we all know that.
It's not. They're going to play better in front of Wedgie. Guys like Gabe's going to continue to be physical.
Yes.
Lecky can do that.
Right.
Calling out Val Nichushkin here. You're not the most physical guy, but you got the big dang body.
Yeah.
Get in there and battle. Those kind of guys can keep traffic out of Scott Wedgwood's way, out of his crease. And if Blankenburg has to go, it's a basketball comp that I'm going to do, but it happens all the time. Small guys have to guard big guys.
Yeah.
You do your best to push them out of the position
Right.
so you're not exposed when the net or the puck gets in front of the net. It's a tough task, but dudes like Blankenburg have to be better of
Right.
keeping the bigger bodies out of that position so there's not a puck fight to have in front of the net.
Yeah, Blankenburg's just going to have to be feisty,
Yeah.
like he always is. That's his game. But what's the message from Jared Bednar? It's exactly what you're talking about. It's exactly that. You know, and Cale Makar talked about it after game 1, about Jared Bednar does not raise his voice, but the message was stern. What was that message? I imagine it's exactly what you're saying.
I hope
about,
so.
hey, you got to help out Wedgie. You got to be better in front of Wedgie. You got a great goaltender back there. Be better in front of him. And I imagine that'll be something that motivates the Avs tonight to come out and show that better defense, show that better presence in front of the net, in front of Wedgie.
Couple housekeeping items. Avs Alley, what they're doing for folks that can't get in the building. I don't know how many of you savages would want to go tonight, but I'm sure there would be a few. You can't. They're shutting it down. Weather's going to get nasty.
Because of the weather?
Stay inside.
Okay.
It's all good. They just can't take the risk with folks being out there. So
Yeah.
it's not going to go down. But what is going to go down inside the building, I was a little disappointed this didn't happen in game 1. The white pom-poms are Colorado Avalanche playoff hockey.
Yes.
The waving and the goal
Right.
song, and they're back tonight. 19,000 pom-poms will be put out on chairs. A couple for like the standing room only people that are getting tickets, or those the little pathways where people sit.
Right.
Like 119, 142 has one.
You get the
all their
avalanche look
sections.
going. You get the
You're
snow
gonna
look.
get the snow look and the pom-poms going, and that's always fun to watch on television.
That is fun to watch. And if the weather is going to take a turn, texted with Big E this morning. He said it already got snow up in Grover. It's coming.
Oh, really?
It's coming.
Damn.
So everyone make your plans. Get there accordingly in a proper time. Don't get in a hurry. Drive safe. And get this Avs team over the top tonight. And I really think in Game 1, something we didn't even really get to talk about yesterday. Yesterday, our show was 95% Avs.
Yeah.
We didn't even get to this point. You guys out there, you guys, I love you guys. Like, Avs country, you showed up in a big way. Game 1, it was electric. It was electric. You'd see it from the broadcast.
Yeah.
And you could almost see the camera shake. So you guys did a great job. Need y'all to do it again.
Right
Ball Arena,
back
you're going
at
to be
it.
off the chain tonight.
Get a 2-0 series lead. I've said it before. I said it in that first round against the Kings specifically, but go up 2-0 on the Minnesota Wild. Do you think they're beating you 4 times in 5 games? No. There's not a hockey team on the planet that can do that to the Colorado Avalanche. Tribe and Trucker roll call. We want to give you guys a shout out on the show. 2 places to hit us up. RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Shop Honda Tribe Chat, youtube.com/DenverSports. Hit us up on both locations with who are you, where are you, what you doing for a buck. If you're a trucker out there, who are you, where are you, and what you're hauling can be sent to us as well. Like our boy, tribe member Mark out in South Carolina. He's in first today, and he's already done with his deliveries. Now about to wash the truck while listening to the best sports show on the radio. He also he said he found us some tribe hats. We might have to ask him to ship those to us.
Oh, yes.
Those are sick, right?
I would like to wear that Mountain Dude hat.
Yeah, let's talk about payment for that, Mark, because we would love to rock that and represent the tribe and Mountain Dudes with that lid right there.
Yes.
That would be pretty sweet. Joe's checking in Loveland. Joe, he's out there working outside. Freezing today. Everyone else called in sick, so I'm solo. But Joe, you're a true one. You're a real one for being out there and working today, grinding through it. Yeah. All right, we're off and rolling. Keep the text coming on the RamosLaw.com text line and the Shop Honda Tribe Chat over on YouTube. We want to hear from you guys all day. Your Tribe and Trucker roll calls, your mile-high moments, calling your shots with what's going on tonight for the Colorado Avalanche. We'll continue this conversation and hear from Jared Bednar. Is he going to nip it in the bud? Will he tell us that there's no goalie conversation to be had? You'll find out next.
The Avalanche, the Wild. Round 2. This is where the real battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer and everything in between. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters. Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at SodaDietNutrition.com. Now, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds because of soda, and I'm never going back. I've never gained the weight back. I never will because SodaDietNutrition.com, they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's simply magnificent. I want you to call them up, 866-800-SODA, where you can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda weight loss is now SodaDietAndNutrition.com. And you've got to have these guys on your side because the weight loss journey, it can be tough. There can be struggles. Having a real nutritionist there available via text to help you out with any sort of questions, concerns, sometimes it's just straight up encouragement. It's SodaDietAndNutrition.com. And there's no mystery pills, mystery injections, any mystery chemicals you're putting in your body. You're doing it the right way. Learn how. Join the program. SodaDietAndNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
The Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale, now through Mother's Day. See what's on sale at thetreefarm.com. 3-foot-tall dwarf Alberta spruce trees, now only $99.99. Get 25% off all lilac shrubs with several colors to choose from. 5 to 6 foot tall quaking aspen clumps, now just $119.96. The Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale, now through Mother's Day. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
If you haven't filed taxes in a while, listen up. The IRS is going after non-filers, in some cases criminally. Advanced Tax Solution can help you avoid trouble with the IRS. Call 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
When there are supply constraints on commodities, prices surge. You saw it with fuel prices, with the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And you know what else is a limited commodity? Gold. They mine it out of the ground, and when it's gone, it's gone. Governments can't just print more of it. That's why everyone from central banks to savvy savers are diversified with gold. If you've been thinking about it for years, but have still never moved some of your savings into physical gold, Birch Gold Group is who I trust to help you. Stan Bongino, and now through May 29th, Birch Gold is giving first-time gold buyers a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. For details and a free information kit on diversifying into gold, text Dan to the number 989898. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Text Dan to the number 989898 to see if you qualify for a first-time gold buyer rebate of up to $10,000. Again, text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Hellsberg. Shop and store are at hellsberg.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Oh, we're pro Bruno here. That's a nice jam. Real nice jam. I like this text from Caleb. Sup, boys? Drinking Doom while changing tires.
Nice.
I was up late last night playing NHL 26. Thanks to Dover for the idea. LFT Avs. I was too, Caleb.
Let's go Abs.
Yeah.
I wish we could play the Bruno song Fat, Juicy, and Wet, but the FCC won't let us be.
Yeah, come on, FCC. Let us be.
Come on.
We are talking Avs. We do want to continue to hear from you guys. RamosLaw.com. Text line's open. YouTube Tribe Chat, powered by Sean Ponda's open as well. Number on the text line, 303-713-1043. Deal over on YouTube is youtube.com/DenverSports. And yeah, we're going to hear a bit from Jared Bednar. There is some news. Jack Achon was called up from the Eagles, skating with the Avalanche. It sounds like it's a just-in-case kind of situation.
In case of emergency, break glass. We got an Eagles guy.
Yeah, bring up an Eagles guy.
Okay.
I'm assuming, because there's no word on Kale, good or bad, so I would assume that's okay. This is a... hey, just in case Blankenberg totally sucks again, there's an option there for us.
Okay.
My assumption is that.
Yeah, our hockey lady Mel in our YouTube chat brought to you by Sean Ponda says, Wild fans are hoping that Kale is injured. Now, I haven't seen that because it's not like I'm dialed in with Minnesota Twitter, but if that's the case, then I hate him even more.
Yeah.
Because you should not root for that sort of megastar, anybody really, but like you're rooting for a guy to be injured?
That's pretty
Just because y'all lost
Pretty
96
dirty.
in game one, go beat that ass again with or without Kale, and we anticipate that Kale will play.
Yes.
Jared Bednar said as much, so like that's some good news. What's his level at? How much is, if it is a groin, because I think it was his groin,
I do too.
how much is that bothering him now with, a day of rest?
Mm-hmm. And like you said, the adrenaline. You
Adrenaline
said it
was
yesterday.
the big
That's
thing.
the key. The adrenaline of like, I don't care. I'm playing hockey. And you're like, oh my God, I care a lot because I can't get out of bed on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's it. And yeah, you don't scour Minnesota radio because, we come up with sports takes and talk about sports on a sports show.
Yeah.
And not try to.
I don't
get
want to
fake
bait
beefs.
Minnesota radio
Yeah.
into saying anything about me. I don't care.
I'm glad you're a little more mature than that. Thank you, Cecil.
Well,
Landon.
I'm not as sensitive and I'm confident as my takes.
Well, Jared Bednar did chat this morning, and he's not going to give us anything. His actions told us something about goalie, but when asked about Wedgwood being the starter or Josh Manson returning, here's what Bedsy said.
Is Josh Manson playing and is Scott Wedgwood starting?
I'm not going to answer either one of those. No personnel questions.
No personnel questions.
Okay,
Now,
there you go.
they'll learn that, right? You don't
Right.
want to set him up, and he's just going to tell you that. I'm not going to give you the inside information. However, Scott Wedgwood was in net this morning, so that indicates he's going to start tonight, as it should be for the Colorado Avalanche. Right call, right decision, Jared Bednar.
Yeah, and with another good game from Scott Wedgwood, we should be able to put to bed any sort of those questions like that. And that's going to be a relief tonight. Guys play better in front of him. Jared Bednar's going to be emphasizing that, and I'm sure he did after game one. You're going to emphasize better discipline, better on special teams, but in front of Wedgie, make sure you don't turn this thing into a track meet. Play better defense. Emphasis number one for Colorado. Clean up that defense in game two.
Something else from Bedsy about that third line, how they performed with your guy Nazem Kadri, who you have for your mile-high moment tonight.
Yeah, I thought they were all right. I mean, I'm looking for the same thing
That's
from
his
all our
word.
lines. You got to be better defensively, and you got to help contribute on the offensive side of things. And defense being the main priority, right? So it's a priority of our team. We always feel like if we play the right way, we have the right jump and energy, and we kind of stick to the sort of details and identity of our team, that we will create enough scoring chances to win. Some nights we finish them off better than others, but that's all dependent on how you defend, and you got to defend the right way and play with a little bit more detail than we did last game.
I will say I like how he's talking about getting more out of his guys,
Right.
but what did he say? Marty or Wedgie was okay. The rest of the guys were okay, and then Nas specifically, he was all right. I like the fact that Bedsy's not, hey, you scored 9 goals and everything's all good over here. You also gave up 6, so there's plenty of room to correct. That's what we said yesterday. Win and adjust is the proper way. Sounds like Jared Bednar's doing plenty of that.
Yeah, and Coach Bednar talking about better decisions, better discipline. I love it because that's what it comes down to. The little things, shorten gaps, protect the slot, emphasize exit to avoid another track meet. That's what Coach Bednar is going to be pushing, and that's what I expect the Avs to respond to. They entered the postseason as one of the best defensive teams in all of hockey. That just doesn't disappear after one game. And again, I'm not going to say Minnesota's best shot, but that game, it's a fun one-off. That's not the way hockey's played. That's not playoff hockey. It's not going to be 9-6. So can you control, can you create enough scoring opportunities? Jared Bednar says it starts with playing the best defense.
Yeah, but I still think that both teams are going to score some goals. Like I said, I think it's 4-2 night because I think Wedgie plays better. But it's not the King series. They both want to open it up.
Right.
They both want to press. They both want to play with the puck in the offensive zone for as often as long as they can to create longer shifts for those defensemen, keep somebody on ice that's fatigued, somebody makes a mistake, and then you capitalize on that. It's the 1-0s, the 2-1s, I'm not sure how many of those are coming. 3 2s, 4 3s, I think are games in this series, but it's not supposed to look like it did in round 1 because of the matchup.
Right. Don't be tuned in expecting it to look like that.
No, don't hold the Avalanche defense feet to the fire of like, well, you got to keep them to 2 goals. Like, it's not going to be the case every night.
Right. Now, on the flip side of that, let's look at it from the different view. I don't want this team, as Jared Bednar says, they feel confident they can create their scoring chances. But it must start with defense because I don't want you to be lax and, you let 3 get by you. That's fine. We can always get those scoring chances. All right. Play better defense. That's the emphasis. They will create their scoring chances. There will be more goals than the King series. But I don't want Colorado, and I don't believe they will because of Coach Bednar, to fall into the trap of like, no matter the score, we're in it. Okay, that's fine. You are. Technically, you are. but don't have that mindset going in. Have the mindset going in. You're going to play the best defense, and you're going to get your scoring chances, so you can win, as I suggest tonight, 3-1.
Our boy JD says tonight's game will look different than game one. Like I said, nobody's scoring 9 goals again in the series.
It's not going to be 9 combined tonight.
It'll be a little tighter defensively, but just don't. It's not a defensive battle that's going to go on here for either of these teams. Our guy Darren in Lakewood hits us up with a mile-high moment. Oh, I love this. A Landy fight tonight.
Oh.
There's always in the past, you're like, there's less fighting in the playoffs because it's too much of a risk to have your guy off the ice.
Right.
I don't feel like that's been the case this year in the NHL playoffs. There have been plenty of dust-ups, mix-ups on the ice that's led to a bunch. So, it's Darian. Sorry, Darian, I screwed up your name there. A Landy fight? That would probably go a pretty long way.
Okay, yeah.
Pretty long way.
You got to send a message if Minnesota tries to physical things up in addition to what they can do scoring-wise, but discipline. Not only decisions, but the discipline that this team needs, and game one was like a parade to the penalty box. So can you change that this time out?
Yeah.
Can you play with better discipline? I get it. Landy will put those dukes up if he needs to. Don't go out of your way to do that.
It's only if requires it to be done. I don't know. Look at the dude punch him in the face last time and then try and throw him to the ground. Like, I'm going to fight if that happens.
Right. Or you could just punch him in the face like McCarr does.
Dude, that was sick. Holding his hand right there. What a
Don't
cool
you dare
video.
pull on my arm.
Ruben's checking in on the text line powered by Romo. This is cool. He says, I'm working with my best friend today. My son, Ian.
Nice.
Working with your son. Do you yell at your son if you're working with him? Like,
you worked with your dad? Of course you do.
Yeah, I'm 41. He's still yelling at me.
We're all like, where's that screwdriver? I said blade, not Phillips. Like, yes, we've all done that.
You can't even hold the flashlight right? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, put it over here.
Good stuff, Ruben, out there.
I love working on like cars and stuff, but I have zero patience for it.
Yeah.
Zero patience.
Very, very. I'd imagine you get pretty annoyed with me. Of not knowing where it is, what you're talking about.
Not knowing what it is.
What tool you're speaking of.
I said I needed the head gasket.
All right, we'll get back to the Avalanche. Plenty of conversation about that team today as we're fired up for game number 2. But we talked yesterday about the Nuggets not making a head coaching change. There's something else in that report. They're open for business. Who's the best asset? What are they wanting in return? Let's kick that around next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Well, Colorado's weather, it's crazy, right? I mean, my goodness, you never know what you're going to expect. So, cool air getting let out, hot air getting let out of your home based on the weather outside is because your windows need to be replaced. That's why you need my friends, WindowNation.com. You got high utility bills from your AC running constantly when it's warm, or your heater running constantly when it's cold. That's because you've got those old builder-grade windows, man. You need to check it out, WindowNation.com. Upgrade. Window Nation's got the buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale going on right now where you could place all the windows in your home and get half of them free. You could get 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Experts report that windows retain 80% of their value, so you want to put that money into your home. It's the best way to do it. Replace those old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from my friends, Window Nation. It's WindowNation.com. Of course, they've got an A-plus rating from the BBB. They do a 50-point inspection for every window before it leaves the factory, a 20-point inspection for every window when it's installed, and your new windows can be installed in 1 day or less. And this is one of the many reasons why WindowNation.com has a 96% customer satisfaction rating. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a fast free consultation now at WindowNation.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge. with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great, I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at hellsburg.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Duration, Woodscapes, and Super Deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we got some Nuggets off-season conversation to get into. Still basing our topic, our conversation on the report from Shams Charania of ESPN. Played it yesterday. They're not going to get rid of David Adelman. They do want to get Nikola Jokic to sign his next Supermax contract. And then after that, they are, in his words, open for business. So, Cecil, I wanted to discuss that. What does open for business mean? Who's their biggest asset, and what are we willing to do here? Before we answer that question, Nikola Jokic said it, and I don't think anybody has any pushback. And if you do, well, you're just a mouthpiece for the team, or I don't agree with your basketball eyes. They're far. Nikola said it. Of course we're far away. We just lost in the round one against a bunch of backups with Minnesota.
Yeah, no doubt.
That was the other one. You said it this morning. Ryan Russillo, I think is what it is.
Yeah, somebody was out there, I think it was Russillo or somebody on Twitter that was like, I think everyone knows Nikola Jokic apology. No, we don't.
So he didn't watch Game 6 is what he's admitting.
Yeah, he didn't watch the Denver Nuggets is what he's admitting.
Because that team that beat San Antonio last night?
Yeah.
That wasn't the same team that beat that beat the Denver Nuggets and ended their season.
Yeah. First and foremost, Ant was out there.
He scored 11 of his 18 in the fourth quarter last night.
Right, including one of the sweetest shots that we've seen in this year's playoffs.
He even impressed himself.
Oh, yeah.
He got that up over Wendy. He's walking backwards going, ooh.
Look at that thing. Yeah, so it's not any sort of like, Minnesota's better than people. Oh, God, for the love of God, David Adelman is not the right answer. He's going to be their answer. We're going to deal with it. So what do you have to do around him when you have a coach that, isn't good enough and you've got a player that, can be in the MVP conversation? Need to have him take over. And that's the biggest crux, I guess is the word I'm searching for, in this whole conversation. Nikola Jokic needed to take over in Game 6 against the Wolves, and he just didn't. He didn't in the way that superstars do. He didn't in the way that when you have conversations of best player in the planet, when you have conversations of MVP type levels, that's when those guys take over. He didn't take over. Now, is that on Joker? Is that on Adelman for not, getting him motivated properly? I think it's mostly on David Adelman.
See, and I would disagree a little bit. Joker has to get himself motivated, but Adelman can make adjustments to get Nikola more involved in the basketball.
I mean, it's
game.
one thing we saw Malone do, and there were times during that entire series against the Wolves where you'd see Nikola look over to the Nuggets bench, almost expecting some of those Malone antics to get everyone going because he wants to get people going.
So that's why I always feel like if you need your boss to motivate you, you're a crappy employee, and I wouldn't want to work with you or hire you. And I think that translates to sports, too.
Yeah. Well, you've got to self-motivate, and your guys out there weren't getting self-motivated. I don't think David Adelman's the guy to get them motivated. So what can they do? Trade Jamal, trade everybody. But notice how that is termed in what you just read. Hey, they want to make sure Nikola Jokic is locked down. Then they're open for business.
So their priorities were get Adelman back, tell him he's all good. That was number one.
That's a priority?
What the hell?
God.
That's number one.
Exactly.
Number two then becomes Nikola Jokic getting his bag because they're desperate that they're going to leave them at the altar, and then Nikola goes somewhere else, has success, and they have even more egg on their face. And then, open for business. All right. So what does that actually mean? Everybody's open? Everybody can go? Jamal, Aaron, everybody's available except for Nikola Jokic. And then when that is said, I think my first reaction, and I believe a lot of people felt this way, is like, yes, all right, you're willing to do whatever it takes. But then I stepped back for a second, and I'm like, okay, I might bring this tomorrow. I'm not sure yet I'm willing to trade Jamal Murray, and I was on his neck for 2 or 3 years just a year ago. But I'm not sure I'm quite ready to give up on that. We'll talk more about that maybe tomorrow. But open for business. And almost like, please call us. We'll take your calls and we'll do anything. Is it a little desperate? And does it hurt them at the leverage, at the negotiating table?
Completely hurts them because they want change almost for change's sake.
Yeah.
The type of changes that you would need to revamp this roster, and again, we'll talk about trading Jamal later, but like that's something that I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it seems very, very improbable to get those dogs, to get those athletic, mean playmakers that you need to have some sort of like physicality, emphasis. What we're talking about is attitude. That's the attitude that the Nuggets currently do not have. To reshape this roster, it would take massive work. And to say, like, we're open for business, that's almost in a way pathetic. Like, hey, guys, is Calvin Booth still in charge? Of like, hey, call me. You guys don't know me, but call me. Like, no, they shouldn't be just straight up announcing that. Everyone already knows it, but you don't need that out there of like, hey, they're just open for business. Okay, well, that kills your leverage. That kills any sort of, high ground. I have the high ground now. Like that kills all sort of leverage that you would have in any sort of trade scenario. I don't like it. I don't like them just announcing we're open for business. What does that mean?
It's just like again, initially, all right, great, because he desperately needs some changes. Then like, wait, it is a little desperate to say like, just call us and we're willing to have a conversation.
You know what I would do? Because they said, everyone's on the table except for Nikola Jokic. If I'm an executive in the NBA, I call him up about Nikola. I know you said you weren't trading him, but how about 5 first-rounders or whatever?
Right.
Just throw something together crazy, stupid, and see if they'd bite. Now, that's if I was an executive. I don't want that to happen. Obviously, we want the Serbian basketball god here forever and ever and ever. He wants to be a Nugget for life. He said that multiple times. He's reiterated that even after this disappointing, embarrassing first-round exit for the Denver Nuggets. But what does it mean, open for business, when the business that you have is great? It is thorough. You've got a lot of work to do.
Well, and I also keep thinking about this of, all right, everybody's available. You're going to trade Aaron, Cam, Christian, Jamal, Christian, and Aaron. Good luck with those contracts, with what they did and what Aaron's body's becoming. But then think about this. Jamal just had the best year he's ever had. He's a different guy now. He knows that you're willing to trade him. What if you don't? Do you have to mend that fence? Do you have to have a conversation, or is he big, mature enough and a big enough boy where he understands business is business, but He's been mentally weak in the past. Are we sure this isn't going to affect him or Aaron or Cam or whomever is on the block but doesn't get moved?
Yeah, and just think about what he did this year and this offseason, this last offseason, to really prepare for this entire season. He was an all-star for the very first time, and now you're basically going to pull the carpet out from under him, pull the rug out from under him, be like, okay, now you're a tradable asset? All right, what does that do for his motivation? What does that do, does Nikola Jokic sign off on that? Because it's the best two-man game in the NBA. All right, you're willing to break that up because your coach isn't good enough?
Mm-hmm.
Because AG can't stay healthy? Because Christian is the ankle thing is he's taking a jersey, so the ankle
you
thing
don't
is
get
the
to
ankle
use
thing.
your injury.
Don't use the injury as an excuse. So Christian's playing terribly, not playing up to his contract with the money hasn't even kicked in yet. Cam was better than some people think, but whatever. Trade Cam Johnson, whatever. What are you doing here? It's like they're sending mixed messages, not only to the public, but likely to their players behind the scenes too.
Just seems strange to me. Just seems a little strange. They do need to make changes. What is that going to look like? And like I said, I don't know that I'm ready to just go, yeah, Jamal and Joker need to be broken up. Can there be some changes? Absolutely. I also asked myself this a bunch since they've been eliminated. If you just make changes for change's sake and the clueless coach doesn't know what the hell he's doing over on the sideline, does it actually change who they are or what they can accomplish? Because if it's the same Yahoo sending the message, I don't believe in his basketball knowledge. I don't believe in his basketball philosophies, ideas, or game plans. So why does it change what they can accomplish by tweaking the roster a little bit?
Right. What changes are actually going to work for the Denver Nuggets? Again, so many questions with this team, but the biggest question they've already answered, and they had the wrong answer.
Mm-hmm. Dude, you're asking a team with no money, unwilling to go into the second apron, to build a roster that can overcome the shortcomings of their coach when he has a laundry list of them. You don't have the money, and you're not willing to pay the luxury tax.
Yeah.
How do you overcome that, guys' deficiency?
With this mess that they did in the first round and this embarrassing loss, how attractive is Denver? We could make that argument in the NBA already, and for the love of God, I love Colorado, so I'm not saying anything, but nationally, you think a lot of NBA players want to come to Denver?
Play for that dude?
To play for him? Come on. You're not creating the billboard, the attraction, the sign that says, come play here. Like, you don't have that created at all whatsoever. The Nuggets are in the worst possible position they possibly could be in. And it's in life. I actually hate this as well. Do you know what it's called?
What?
It's called drift. The Nuggets are drifting. They're afloat, right?
Yeah.
But they have no direction. They got no oars. They haven't set their sails.
Yeah.
They've got nothing. They've got a ship, and it's on the water, and it's floating. It's not necessarily taking on water yet, but they're just drifting. It's the worst thing you can do in life. It's the worst thing you can do in sports.
It is, and that's exactly where they are. They're okay with average. They're okay with just being a good regular season team and making some playoff runs. We'll get back to a Nuggets conversation coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. I do want to talk about what went down with the Rocks last night. The losing streak continues. We'll talk about why and give you an update on what the rest of this Mets series is going to look like next.
The Nuggets need a fresh spark. So why bring back David Edelman? After another postseason full of issues, confusing rotations, and tough questions, Denver doubles down on its original mistake. Is this loyalty or lack of imagination? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors, your siding, windows, decking, and roofing specialist. During the month of May, 5280 Exteriors are offering you $1,000 off a new project. They also offer finance plans that come with no payments for 2 years. 5280 Exteriors is a locally owned company that has been in business for 20 years and knows the Colorado climate. They are a 2024 and 2025 James Hardy President's Club winner. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in? Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th.
As a mother myself, I'll tell you, she is not going to remind you. She is way too busy being mom.
Which is why we are. Make your Mother's Day unforgettable with a little something truly special from Williams Jewelers.
Prices start at under $500, and we have thousands of fine jewelry choices from names she knows and loves, like Gabriel & Company, Tacori, and Hearts on Fire.
How about a beautiful diamond cross or a precious sterling or solid gold locket?
A Monica Rich Cassan locket with the kids' pictures inside will become a family heirloom she'll cherish for life. We promise.
This Mother's Day, come home to family.
Come home to Denver's first family of fine jewelers, Williams Jewelers.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Chris Canty here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that your fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Unlock the savings at Boost Mobile. Get unlimited wireless for $25 a month forever and keep your phone. Unlock the savings at boostmobile.com/unlock. Restrictions apply. Info at boostmobile.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043.
Due date or something like that?
I think so, yeah.
That's a good one right there. I can't not think of that when that song comes on. We want to hear from you guys. Tribe, Trucker, Roll Call. Hit us up. 2 spots. RamosLaw.com text line. Tribe Chat, powered by Sean Ponda over at youtube.com/DenverSports. Hit us up over there. Put your name on every text on the RamosLaw.com text line so we can give you a shout out on the show. All right, we're going to talk some Rocks here. They could not get it done. The losing streak continues, even though a little no-hitter going on for Sugano through 5, and then he got banged up in the 6th. He solo dong, back-to-back doubles ended the no-no and, of course, put some runs on the board. That actually turned into a 4-run inning for New York. Jordan Beck had a stand-up triple in the following inning and did score thanks to a Met falling down. He got there, and Mickey stayed hot with a triple in the 8th with 1 out, but just stayed on third. It was a night where they weren't getting a ton of hits and then not getting guys around. And then in the 9th inning, unfortunately, Hunter pops out. Your guy, Castro, flies out. And then my dude strikes out in Troy Johnston. And that was all she wrote. The Colorado Rockies dropped another one. Losers of 5 straight. And you said it, Cease, there's a little change happening.
Yeah, the weather is changing the Rockies' schedule for the next 2
2 games. So they're not going to play tonight.
Yeah, it's postponed, and I believe it's the 7th?
Yes.
Is that correct?
They're going to, they're going to play Wednesday's first pitch is now going to be 7:20 rather than normal 6:40, what they're trying to do. Tonight's game is going to be made up on the 7th, Thursday at 1:10. So they're going to have a little getaway game Thursday. That will be a game day, and today is an off day due to weather. So if your tickets for tonight will be good for Thursday's game, and then tomorrow just adjust accordingly about another hour later.
And they might adjust that as well, by the way.
Depending
just
on how
going from
bad
110 to
this
710, we might not be out of the snow yet.
No, you're absolutely right. So they've lost 5 in a row. Let's see what it looks like in the next couple versus the Mets. Said it yesterday. Not going to kill them for the Braves. The Braves are a really, really good baseball team right now. And I saw this. Kev, you sent it over our way, that ESPN.com, hopefully it's not that weird leech dude. No, David Schoenfield here, writing this article, is giving every major league team a grade. And he gets down to the Colorado Rockies, and you don't even have to scroll that far, Cease, to find the Rockies get a B. And he writes, for most teams, a 14-20 record in early May isn't a reason to be boastful. But for the Rockies, it's a million miles from what happened last year. It's been a much more competent brand of baseball. Last year, they went 7-44 in blowout games. That's games decided by 5 or more runs. This year, they've gone 4-7 in those games, keeping it close. We also figured out, thanks to Kevin, that magic number is 4. Get there. You're going to give yourself a chance to win a bunch of baseball games. I think that's a proper grade, a B. You can't give them an A because they've, stubbed their toe a couple of times, and there's still questions about what this pitching staff can be and how often or not they can get themselves on base and score runs. But we keep saying it, and we're going to keep saying it. If you think this is the same old Rockies, your daddy's Rockies, you're wrong, and you're not watching.
You're wrong, you're not watching, and you should be watching. That's the main thing, to have this sort of turnaround this quickly to get a nice B. That's a real healthy grade. In fact, that's the proper grade for this team.
Agreed.
And as the article says, for most teams, 14-20 record, it's not great, Bob, usually. But for this team...
Yeah, you wouldn't write home about, hey, we're 14-20.
Hey, it's May, and we're 14-20. We're well below 500, but they're battling. And each game out, most games, now there's a small handful this season that have just been out of their control, and it's like game gets away from you, and that's just baseball. It's baseball for any team. With the Rockies, you hope that those games are lessened. They're certainly lessened than they were just a year ago, and certainly over the last 3 years. So because of that, all right, can you maintain this competitiveness? Can you maintain this B? Really, even though you're going to be graded on a curve. You're going to be graded differently than other Major League Baseball franchises because of where you started. You're at the very end of the race. Mm-hmm. You're going to get some grace when it comes to your performance when we talk overall record. But because of that, I'd like to see this B keep going. What's the grade for May? What's the grade for June? If this team can maintain that B average, again, you're not going to lose 100 games. Mm-hmm. You're not going to get the wild card, but you're going to show that there's signs of respectability on the horizon. Things are coming for this Rockies team. So the start is great, but how many times have we seen this team have a decent start and then things fall apart? The last 3 years, they've just fallen apart from the very jump. But this team also had a habit of, hey, April, pretty good, May, decent, June falls apart. Yeah. They've got to make sure to avoid that. So keep this up in terms of your B grade. See if you can continue to get these as the summer goes.
I'm so glad that you said it's on a curve. It's a different grading scale for the Rockies than it is for the rest of Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
And we don't really care about the other bottom feeders. We're grading the Colorado Rockies. It's like, if your kid or you were failing English. And then your parents like, you better get that to an A by the end of the semester. It's like, that's ridiculous. There's no chance it's going to be an A by the end of the semester. Maybe I can get it up to a C, and then we figure out where we are for next semester. That's exactly what this is. The Rockies came into this with an F. An F+++. With the red circle, see me after class, you're probably getting expelled.
F- more than F+.
Yeah, F-. And now they're at like a B. That's even better than I thought it could have been here on May 5th.
Right.
They're ahead of schedule. They're winning more games than they're supposed to be. There are pieces of the foundation that are being laid that we can legitimately hang our hat on, and you can't just go, yeah, you're making the argument for the Rockies. No, everybody believes Chase Dollander is figuring it out. Everybody believes that some of these younger hitters, that Charlie Condon's coming, all of these younger pieces are going to contribute when it matters in a couple of years.
Yeah, and we'll see if the pitching can keep up. The main stat to take away from this article is the blowout game stat. Last year, 7-44 in blowout games, those decided by 5 or more runs. So far this year, 4-7.
Mm-hmm.
So they almost have as many wins out of, 51 games as in 11 games.
Wow. That's crazy.
In the blowout games.
Mm-hmm.
5 runs or more.
And you're not just... How many times we watch the Rockies and balls literally sailing over their head, going between their legs like they're the Bad News Bears from back in the day? Yes, they've got their butts kicked a couple of times. I don't need to remind anybody about how opening day went against the Phillies. But it's been few and far between when it was a regular occurrence for this club a year ago.
We'll continue to watch with great interest. And by the way, we got to talk about a goaltender change for the Minnesota Wild.
It's going down. All right. I got to read this quick text. You're going to love this.
Okay.
Trucker Tribe roll call. David's with Shamrock Delivery. He's hauling vending machines. Hell yeah. For deployment, even better. The Avs are flying high. Speed kills. And then he just writes, abracadabra, yo.
Abracadabra, B. All the kids are saying
David's one of our guys. That's a great text right there. All right, it is happening. There is a goalie change going down before Game 2 tonight, and it's not the Colorado Avalanche. Details next.
Game 1 wasn't hockey, it was chaos on ice. A 9-6 shootout where defense evaporated, goaltending cracked, and the Avalanche and Wild traded haymakers like it was October, not May. Incredible! Now comes Game 2, and the question is simple. Does it settle down, or does this series stay unhinged? Colorado wants control, Minnesota wants revenge, and after a night where anyone could score from anywhere, nothing feels predictable. Avalanche, Wild. Game 2, tonight. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. Spring cleaning isn't just about what you can see, it's about what's hiding behind the scenes. Your ducts collect dust, allergens, debris all winter long. It's one of those places you just don't think about. Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air duct cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews. They're recommended by more contractors than anyone else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt debris that other companies leave behind. Less strain, better airflow, lower energy costs. They'll show you before and after photos so you can actually see the difference. And they clean every line. Nothing gets missed. Before your AC runs all season, make sure the air you're breathing is actually clean. Give them a call at 303-425-0985. That's 303-425-0985. Or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
For over a decade, Bluebird Windows and Doors of Denver has been servicing the Front Range with products built to withstand Colorado's unpredictable weather. Bluebird's Sunrise Collection windows are built to last a lifetime and are backed by strong warranties. Right now, buy 3, get 1 free through May. Mention you heard about Bluebird from me, Mike Evans. You'll save an additional 5%. Enjoy the outdoors through energy-efficient Bluebird windows. Visit gobluebirdco.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird Day.
I've never put much stock in astrology, but with the new multiplier scratch, the stars are aligned for some pretty big prizes. Because no matter your moon sign or what Mercury's up to, your win can get multiplied up to 200 times, with prizes up to $1 million, which could steer your life into a very interesting new phase. New multiplier scratch from the Colorado Lottery. Multiply your win up to 200 times. Must be 18 to play.
It's here, and Permagreen's got it. Hi, I'm Roxy Medina, owner of Permagreen Organics. Sphagnum peat moss first became available to gardeners in the mid-1900s, and since then it's revolutionized the way we garden. It has the remarkable ability to effectively manage water and hold on to nutrients that would otherwise leach out of the soil. While performing these amazing tasks, it also improves the texture and consistency of the soil. Sphagnum is low in pH, so it helps buffer the high pH of our clay alkaline soils. In the past, sphagnum only came in big, bulky, and heavy square bags. But things just got better. Permagreen Sphagnum Peat Moss comes in a convenient 1.5 cubic foot bag. It's easy to lift, easy to carry, and easy to use. Like all Permagreen products, Permagreen Sphagnum Peat is 100% organic. You don't need a miracle, you need Permagreen. Buy it at the Home Depot near you.
Ready to be a driving force for your community? The Cherry Creek School District is seeking great people who care about kids to join its dedicated team of bus drivers. No CDL? No problem. Take advantage of paid training with benefits in a supportive and fun work environment. Starting pay at $24.39 an hour with excellent benefits. Feel good about what you do by helping provide safe, reliable transportation for Colorado kids. Apply now at cherrycreekschools.org.
Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan presents
No, it's not the Colorado Avalanche. Jared Bednar is too smart for that nonsense. This team is Scott Wedgwood's. He is the goaltender for the Colorado Avalanche, but the Minnesota Wild are making a change. I'm looking at a tweet from Evan Rawal, who covers the Colorado Avalanche for the Denver Gazette, and it's simple. It just says Minnesota Wild are changing goaltenders. Gustafsson will start tonight in net for Minnesota. It's something that we kicked around yesterday.
Right.
Wondered what they would do.
Could you break the rookie? It seems like they did in one game. Of course, 9 goals will do that.
Yeah.
8, and then an empty netter.
And they didn't take him out. Just kind of let him sit there and eat it, which is like, all right, maybe they're going to trust him.
Right.
And go here. Gustafsson has not played hockey since April 13th.
Okay, that's about a month.
So we're getting close to a month there. His last 2 games. So really he played 4 games in the month of April, and that's been it. He went 2-2 in those games.
Okay.
And in the 2 losses, he gave up 11 goals. In the 2 wins, he gave up 6 goals. So this is something where we know what the Avalanche are. We know how powerful they can be, the pace that they can play at, the speed that they can play at. You can still get after Gustafsson, even though they are making the change. How much of a boost does it give the guys in front of him?
Right.
That's always a part of this equation and why teams will make these changes. But it's officially going down, but it's not like they're, it's not end-all, be-all, best goaltender of all time sliding in there. He also is 2 games under 500 as a playoff goaltender. Only 4-6 as a playoff goaltender, but does have a .917 save percentage in those 10 playoff games.
Yeah, you go back to the veteran, you move on from the rookie for now, but is this an act of desperation after 1 game? Again, 9 goals, 8, and an empty netter, but still, is this desperation on Minnesota's part? Because if it doesn't work with Gustafsson, because if I'm the Avs, and we're already talking about the greatest offense in all of hockey, but if I'm the Avs tonight, it's not going to be 9 goals, but can you drop 5? I might change my score prediction from 3-1 Avs to maybe something a little bit higher, because what's Minnesota's answer if this doesn't work? They're putting Gustafsson in net. What if the Avs work him? Again, not for 8 goals, but what if they work Gustafsson for 4 goals, for 5 goals? Like, what do you do then if you're Minnesota? You're down 0-2. Avs get a big win. They've worked both of your goaltenders. You can't stop this offense. Like, I think this move might be a little bit premature, especially based on what you said. They let the kid ride in game 1.
Just made him eat it.
Exactly. They made him eat it, and my mind went like, oh, they're making him eat it. We'll see how the kid adjusts. He'll be out there game 2. Maybe they go to Gustafsson. I didn't really think that'd be a possibility, though, because they made him eat it. Now it's like, okay, you made him eat it, and you're going to Gustafsson? So where's his confidence level at? Where's the team's confidence level at going up against this offense? It just seems perhaps a tad premature, and maybe it's not. It's hockey playoffs and everything's desperate and everything's on the line and everything's hyper important. That's cool, but if this doesn't work for Minnesota, what's their next move? Going to keep rotating out goaltenders every single game? Like, this is, you broke the Wild. You broke the rookie. All right, continue it. Still got a few more games to win.
Kevin's doing some research for us, finding out what this has looked like when it was Gustafsson in net against the Colorado Avalanche. The last time they did this was back in February. It was actually a 5-2 Wild win. Mackenzie Blackwood was the goaltender that day for the Avs, and he gave up 5. Well, Gustafsson only gave up 2, both of them off the stick of Marty Netchus. So maybe that's getting Marty going a little bit, a little bit of an advantage there.
Can I change my mile high moment since there's been a change in netminder
from Nas to Marty?
Can I just get both? Hey, Marty played a great game 1.
He did,
and I know the box score may not
right?
reflect as much as he was doing, but he was everywhere, setting up his teammates, great puck handling. So Marty was awesome. Give him one tonight, too. I'll have 2 mile-high moments.
Marty and Nas both getting in there. So, yeah, that's the change. This is good for the Colorado Avalanche. You got the Wild reeling a little bit, making some decisions that they clearly did not want to make at goaltender. But, yes, it is Gustafsson in net tonight. They will roll with Scott Wedgwood on the other side.
Kev, what numbers did you find?
So, he only played the Avs once this year, so I went back to 2020. Well, the 2024-2025 season, they won in a shootout. Then he lost 5-2 and lost 6-1.
Okay.
So the floodgates could open up again tonight.
Sounds like both goalies between Gustafsson and Volstead they're breakable in a very, very big way. Like I said, the last 2 times that Gustafsson's been in between the pipes, he's given up 11 goals in 2 games. That should feel pretty good for the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, you should feel pretty good anyway coming off of game 1 and the way this offense can roll. And ESPN had this on Twitter. The Avs have now won 5 straight games to open a postseason for the 3rd time.
Wow.
1 win shy of their longest postseason opening streak in franchise history. That opening streak could be had tonight, could be tied tonight. The last time they won 5 straight games to start the postseason was 2022.
Okay.
When they won it all.
Oh, that's right, because they sweep in round 1. You beat St. Louis in game 1 of round 1.
Now, they actually did start 5-0 in 2021, and then they lost in the second round.
That's to Las Vegas?
Yes.
Yeah.
So 2022, won 5 in a row, won the Stanley Cup. This year, 5 in a row. Let's make it 6 in a row. Hell, let's make it 7 in a row. Let's keep this wagon going regardless of what Minnesota does. And what I see is a desperate move.
I do too.
I see it as a desperate move because now Wallstedt has lost all confidence. If you go back to him now, it's like, it's not going to be 9 again, right, kid?
Yeah.
I seriously thought that Wallstedt would get 2 games. After game 1, like, give him another one, see how he responds. If he doesn't respond, pull him in the game.
Mm-hmm.
They're not even doing that.
Well,
They're
dude,
going to Gustafsson now.
Even if you go to him and it's 2-0 or 3-0 quick like it was in game 1, what's the vibe? What's the energy for them or in that building if it's in Minnesota?
Yeah, and what's the vibe and what's the energy tonight if they throw Gustafsson out there as they're going to do, and then all of a sudden it's 3-0 Avs? What if it's the first period, like the last first period, not 3-2 at the end, but like, what if it's 3-0? What do you do then? You have painted yourself into a corner if you're Minnesota because you're not trusting the kid and the rookie. You're going to the veteran, but if he gets worked, are you going back to the kid that you clearly don't trust?
Well, I think there are a few things that the Avs should certainly do to get the best of Gustafsson and put pucks on net. You got to clog those passing lane sticks, those things so the back doors were open far too often. Keep people out of the crease. Wedgie's way needs to be cleared. Passing lanes with sticks, physicality with your body in front of the net. Win on special teams is another one. They got the power play goal, but I told you, Cecil, we got to keep an eye on this. Dallas scored at a 40% clip and still lost to Minnesota in round 1. It's not going to be better than 40%, but the Avalanche are better 5-on-5 than that of what Dallas is. You have to score on the power play, and you can't give up short-handed goals because they did that again. You have to win special teams to get game 2. And then Bednar said it about the third line. I'm going to do it more, man. Until they give me a reason to stop talking about them, I'm going to keep talking about the fourth line. Can they make an impact again? Long shifts, win their shifts against the fourth line over there, or if you get mixed and matched with another line, win your shifts and maybe produce another goal. This series is about the top 6. Top 6 for Colorado is really good. Top 6 for Minnesota, really, really good too. The difference in this series might be the depth, and I like the Colorado Avalanche, specifically that fourth line.
Yeah, if we're going to talk the depth conversation, I mean, conversation's over before it begins.
It's all Avs.
The Avalanche have the depth that other teams just don't have. Their wagon isn't just their superstars. Their wagon goes to that fourth line, which has been pretty outstanding this entire postseason. So, Minnesota, make your moves. See what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Try to stop this thing when these guys are skating the way they can.
970 texter just writes in, abracadabra, man. We're just getting the quotes now from the movies that we like to quote. So that's great. On the RamosLaw.com text line, Mike in Littleton checking in. He says, what's cracking, tribe? Running those paint crews, looking to call it an early day, make some green chili, get a fire going while watching the Avs. Not bad for a Tuesday. He writes, sweep.
Nice.
Number 2, Mike in Littleton. That sounds like a pretty sweet day.
Yeah, Mike's getting it done. And I'm looking at the reaction on social networking for the Wild making a goaltender move. Wild fans are not happy. They're like, great, now it's going to be 0-2. So a bit of a desperation move in game 2. We'll see how it works out for both the Wild and the Avalanche.
All right, we will get back to the Avs conversation as the show rolls on. Want to continue to hear from you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line and the Champ Honda Tribe chat over on YouTube.com/DenverSports. Do want to get back to the Nuggets. It feels unlikely, Cease, that the Nuggets get Watson back and have that run it back kind of conversation. But what if they did? What if Aaron was right? What if Payton was right? Is that game too risky to play? Let's answer that next.
The Avalanche, the Wild. Round 2. This is where the real battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer and everything in between. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
What's up, fellas? Josh over here to talk to you about something personal, something private, but we don't have to be embarrassed about it anymore. Talking about your sex life. You having any sex? Or are you letting erectile dysfunction ruin your sex life? Could possibly ruin your relationship. You don't have to do that, man. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and set up your first appointment today. You want to talk to somebody on the phone, get answers now? I get it. Call them. 720-440-7900. You're not going to have to drive an hour to get results, to get answers. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Bet you there's one within 20 minutes of where you are right now. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. If ED is affecting you, they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you lasting an hour or more. Some treatments can have you having sex as soon as the day after your appointment. So stop with the bad excuses. Stop with the gas station pills and herbals that do not work. First appointment's only $99. It's free if you take a test dose in the office and it doesn't work, but it works in over 90% of men. Get your blood drawn, talk with the Colorado licensed medical provider, and tackle ED with the pros. Do it at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great, I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
You're hearing this right now. So are your customers. That's radio. It still works. But your customers don't live in one place anymore. Tonight they're streaming Denver's biggest game on their TV. Tomorrow they're deep in the most popular podcast in the country. Next week, all three, all over again. We built one campaign that reaches them everywhere. Radio, streaming TV, podcasts, all under one roof. All measured, all working together. That's not a pitch. That's a system. DenverSports.com. Let's build yours.
Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. It's no secret, the price of HVAC equipment is going to increase this summer. May is one of the best times of the year to buy a new HVAC system. Be ready for a hot, hot summer and get the best prices of the season. Finance a new HVAC system for $200 a month or get 0% interest only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I got a couple Nuggets questions. Want to throw them at Cecil?
Well, we've got a lot of Nuggets questions, but we're only throwing a couple at you now.
Yeah. There's lots to discuss, that's for sure. The Payton Watson conversation. We're going to trade everybody. We talked about that, what their assets are, all that stuff that's going on. We'll revisit that at some point today. But that run it back idea, if you can really get Payton Watson, and remember we talked about this as a report from Jake Shapiro, and Jake said it, and I know everybody's got their ideas and their sources, but I honestly believe Jake more than I believe anybody else. So when he said that about Payton Watson, I went, yeah, that dude does his work, and I think that's true.
Shapiro has the best sources.
That's exactly right. And one of the things that Shapiro said in that report was they want him back, that being Payton Watson. Now there's the Lakers, the Nets I saw were in on a conversation, and then the Bulls were also in on a conversation. And Michael Porter Jr., he plays the game, pretty good on his part. He was on some YouTube stream or podcast saying the Nuggets should have traded him, and then he commented on something with Payton Watson saying, I'll see you in Brooklyn soon, which I thought was pretty funny there. But Cease, Nuggets Nation, fans out there, if we get to September of next year and they're ramping things up and they're getting ready for training camp and all that stuff, Payton's back on the roster. And at the time, of course, Aaron would be healthy, but you have to ask yourself if you could actually trust what that body is. If they were to bring Payton Watson back, he's going to be healthy. He's going to have a pretty big role. In fact, if you brought Payton Watson back and you didn't trade Aaron Gordon, you just flip him. Aaron, you're not a starter anymore. Payton is. We're going to limit your role and ask you to play a bigger role when the postseason comes around. How would we all feel about that? You still have David Adelman and his clueless ass over there trying to coach a basketball team and can't coach himself out of a wet paper sack, but could running it back with Payton as a starter and Aaron as a reserve get us any closer to contention?
Yeah, I mean, if everybody's healthy, but it always comes back to coaching. You're not going to have 100% health for the entire run.
You're right.
And the main excuse that the propaganda is posting about David Adelman is like, well, I mean, you just got to give him a fair shot because everybody was hurt. Everybody was hurt. And he still didn't coach this team very well.
Fair shot. Jamal Murray just had his best year ever.
Jamal Star,
was an
Joker.
All-Star. He's going to be on an All-NBA team for a
led the
second
league
or
in
third.
rebounds and assists. That's
Joker
kind of a
did
big
something
deal.
no one's ever done before.
Right.
But he needed more, huh?
He needs more.
Oh.
He needs more, right? It's not enough having the Serbian basketball god with his first All-Star teammate in history in Jamal Murray. So, yeah, that's not enough. Let's run this back. So, I think all of these questions, not to nip the conversation in the bud completely, but every single question we have is moot so long as David Adelman is the coach. It just is.
I said it yesterday. They don't have a championship chance if he's the coach.
If you tell me, like, hey, Payton Watson's going to return, he's going to be a starter, AG's going to be reserve, and these guys are going to kind of coach themselves, if you just tell me that, I'll say they'll have a better chance of going further than if David Adelman's actually trying to coach them.
They're calling their own timeouts, writing up their own stuff.
Well, and just listening to themselves, listening to that flow. It really is about game flow.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like in the NFL. You've got to understand the flow of a game, and David Adelman doesn't seem to have his finger on the pulse when it comes to understanding game flow. So tell me the guys are coaching themselves, and they'll say, hey, it's a great idea, Payton Watson. But everyone's got to be healthy, or else David Adelman apparently can't coach. As soon as someone gets a boo-boo or a hangnail, then David Adelman just cannot coach.
Well, and he also doesn't have the onions to call guys out when they need to be called out. We said it before, Malone did too much of it, but Adelman doesn't do it at all, and that's not good enough.
Right.
Now, the idea of the roster manipulation, there's a couple of guys that I thought of like very minor tweaks from what I'm going to suggest. Very minor. And all these guys would be is come in and be bench players. And can you provide toughness with a bench player? I don't know. That's a conversation that we can have of, all right, a guy with a limited role, if he's your tough guy, your MFer, as we've dubbed them, how much of an impact can they make? I got two names. One of them I'll give credit to our boy Big Perm because him and I are on the same page, and he's texted a couple times.
Right on.
On the Ramos.com text line. Bobby Portis in Milwaukee.
Okay.
Old crazy eyes Bobby. He can shoot it a little bit. He's a great defender, and he's down to fight 100% of the time, no matter who, no matter where.
All right.
Love that idea.
I like that start.
Not going to cost you much either. You could send like Zeke. Zeke actually is a little appealing right now because the contract's finally freaking expiring. So you're getting him off the books. You'd also have to send a guy like Julian Strawther.
Okay.
Oh, really?
But if you can get attitude.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if Cecil's going to be down by this. Yeah.
I think this team needs that attitude more than they need wild scoring, potential wild scoring, potential great scoring, potential ice cold night.
Yes.
So, yeah, if it takes Zeke and Julian to make a move that gets you more attitude, I'm down with that.
That makes the money match. Now they're under the second apron right now, so dollar for dollar, penny for penny doesn't have to match, but you got to make it close, and they're notoriously cheap, so they have to make it close,
of course,
to keep themselves under apron number 2. That does it with that trade idea I just presented. The other name, and he's older and injury prone, so I'm already 0 for 2 to start the conversation.
Okay.
But Gary Payton Jr. over in Golden State, and you'll remember him from Golden State. He's moved around a little bit, but Gary Payton II is exactly that. He's a bench guy. He's an MFer. He's not the greatest scorer, but he's a defender. He's going to talk, and he's going to get in people's business when he's on the floor. That dude, if he were just 30 and not 34 and not coming off of some of the injuries he's coming off of, would be the perfect addition for the Denver Nuggets. But we're beggars. You can't be chooser when you're a beggar. Those are the two names that minor tweaks would make this roster better.
Yeah, who was Hawks to the Nuggets? They got him too late. Bless America, the power forward.
Oh, they overpaid for Paul Millsap.
Paul Millsap, yeah, Paul Millsap. Doesn't this have like a Millsap type of feel? Like
sorta.
He's really great 4 years ago. All right,
they asked Paul to do a lot. You'd ask Gary to do very little.
You'd ask him to do very little, but kind of rough him up.
Yeah,
bring
play
that
defense
attitude.
and make people annoyed.
The answer is attitude. The answer is the attitude that you do not have. You don't have it from Joker, by the way. You don't
never
have
will
it,
either.
Yeah, don't have it from Jamal. Jamal tries, but he's not a tough guy. You need actual real tough guys. So if the answer is, hey, insert tough guy, I'm going to say yes to almost everything, whether it's Payton at 34 or 54. It doesn't matter. Like, this team needs attitude.
If you traded Cameron Johnson, and maybe this is, now I don't know if they would do it, especially Tim Conley being who Tim Conley is.
Cam was the only guy trying.
But it took him 80 games to try. Ayo DeSomo in Minnesota is a free agent.
Okay.
You take him off their team and bring him here, it's a win-win, right?
Okay.
But he's going to also break the bank.
Yeah.
That's why you'd have to move one of
trade
those
Cam.
guys. Yeah.
Okay, well, I like the idea of DeSomo here. Kind of steal a little bit of what they've done. Actually, can you just straight up hire Tim Conley again?
And Chris Finch?
Yeah, can you just hire those guys, please? Replace their front office and coaching with the guys they have? That would be fine. And DeSomo, that's the type of attitude you would need with the scoring punch that you need as well.
Mm-hmm. Dylan Brooks, I see it. Jack from Thornton, he writes the good part. Dylan Brooks, even worth the conversation and possibility. Now, it's been floated because Phoenix is interested in a guy like Aaron Gordon. But you just said it. Is Dylan Brooks a real tough guy, or is he just a good actor?
Yeah, I mean, don't they have enough actors?
Mm-hmm.
Screen Actors Guild is going to start hitting up the Cronkies to be like, hey, you got to pay your dues because your guys are acting out there.
Like, Dylan Brooks does play defense. Just how good is he at it? And, you know, the fact that every major scorer in the league kind of looks at him as a caricature type of player and not a player on an NBA roster. I don't know. I don't want to poo-poo it immediately, but it's not my favorite idea. But I like the fact that you're throwing some ideas at us, Jack, up there in Thornton. We appreciate that on the RamosLaw.com text line. All right, more Nuggets conversation coming up a bit later. Let's talk a little bit about the Broncos. Cecil, I got a question for you. Free agency's done. The draft is over. Let's look in the rear view a little bit. How do we feel about this version of the Broncos? Is it still really run it back? Let's kick that around next.
The Nuggets need a fresh spark. So why bring back David Edelman? After another postseason full of issues, confusing rotations, and tough questions, Denver doubles down on its original mistake. Is this loyalty or lack of imagination? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I love soda weight loss because 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds with soda weight loss, soda diet and nutrition.com, and I've never gained it back. I'm not going back to that overweight lifestyle because I'm healthy, I am fit, and it is thanks to soda. SodaDietNutrition.com. You can call them up, 866-800-SODA. And listen, health is wealth. I say it all the time, and it rings completely true. So dropping those 60 pounds was incredible. I got my swagger back, my confidence back. I look and feel 10 years younger, all thanks to Soda, dietandnutrition.com. Again, call them up, 866-800-SODA, where you can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. You know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. This is real food, real results. No mystery chemicals, no injections, you're not popping pills, none of that stuff. This is the real thing that works the real way, the right way for your body to lose weight naturally. It's Soda, dietandnutrition.com. Knowing how to eat, what to eat, when to eat, having that personalized nutritionist, it is awesome. Soda, dietandnutrition.com. Go there now. And by the way, you can join now. Your partner joins for free. 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Soda, dietandnutrition.com. SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Dan Jacobs with the tale of 2 cousins. They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303 Law 4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. We'll tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303 Law 4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
Now is the best time to buy. Get ahead of the competition and get the deal you want on the home you really want. Maximize your savings with lowest rate for life, and if the market does improve, we can save you money without any additional lender fees or appraisal fees. We're here for you today and tomorrow and celebrating 30 years of helping homeowners with expanded approvals, low rates, credit improvements, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, quick pause on what's happening with the Avs and our Nuggets roster. What the hell are they going to do? Conversation. Still plenty of time for you to hit us up for Tribe Trucker Roll Call. RamosLaw.com text line. We ask you who you are, where you are, what you're doing for a buck. Who are you, where are you, what you hauling. If you're one of our truckers making the world go round. hit us up there, 303-713-1043. The YouTube.com/DenverSports. Tribe Chat is powered by Sean Ponda. Get in over there on the Dover and Cecil stream. You've already got your YouTube screen name. Just hit us up with Tribe and Trucker Roll Call, how you're feeling about the Avs, your mile-high moments, all that good stuff. We want to get to it because we're right back on the Avs conversation at noon with our mile-high moments. We'd love to get caught up with yours. Cecil, you know Sean Payton hates the term run it back. We hate the fact that he wanted to run it back, but that's where we are. Now that free agency's done, the draft is in the rear view. There are a couple of players that I actually believe make me feel less like run it back.
Okay.
And one of them's your guy, the guy that you talked about, the guy that you pumped up, and then they landed in Jonah Coleman. I'm really excited about what this young man can bring.
Oh, yeah.
I trust you, and I believe him, yo, when you tell me and break down what football players are and could be. So I'm very excited about what Jonah Coleman can bring. And then, of course, the other. How could you not be fired out about Jalen, the middle of the field demon, as he was dubbed on this show? So you tell me you got Jalen Waddle for Bo Nix. You got Jonah Coleman for Bo Nix. You also got a couple of tight ends that might make an impact sooner rather than later. You know how I feel about Justin Jolie from North Carolina State. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I actually don't feel like they're running it back now.
Okay.
Now that we're done with it all,
Right.
the roster is what it's going to be, and there'll still be a little tweaks and changes. I was terrified they were going to trust in J.K. Dobbins. They're not. I was terrified they're going to trust in Evan Ingram. They're not.
Right.
I was terrified they were going to trust in the development and the right-away impact of Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant, and they're not.
Right.
They're doing all the things we asked them to do.
I know. So is it really run it back? I want to say run it back just because it makes Sean mad.
See, I like that too.
I'm built that way. But when you go into this draft, you're like, okay, you need tight end upgrade, you need running back upgrade, and if you could find an ILB, that'd be nice as well. You got everything.
Yeah. And you got ILB lately.
The very last pick in the draft with Red Murdoch. So, okay, it's not really run it back. Full stop, Jalen Waddle.
Honestly, if they just did that, it would feel so different.
Yeah, because the middle of the field is going to be where Bo Nix now lives. And I went over the numbers yesterday. I did a Q&A for Orange and Blue today of hey, you're looking at Bo Nix in the middle of the field. There's not much to knock about Bo's game. Kev, don't at me, bro. But when you look at what
he's
he
not
didn't
writing
do,
today.
Okay. When you look at what he didn't do in the middle of the field, you go, okay, can that be better? It should be better. Nix ranked 27th out of 40 quarterbacks in adjusted yards per attempt on throws to slot receivers. He was 29th in accuracy on slot attempts.
Wow.
We all know about the drops for Bo Nix last year, and that can be accredited to some of that.
Sure.
But when you have a great young franchise quarterback, as Bo Nix no doubt is, and he's 29th in the NFL in throwing to the slot, guess what you change? The slot. So Jalen Waddle is going to make that look completely different. And now, for the first time in Bo Nix's 3 years, we're going to see the full Sean Payton offense with Davis Webb calling those plays. So Sean's going to have his hands on the wheel. It's going to be his offense, perhaps even mostly his language. Davis Webb, though, using tempo, utilizing these weapons, utilizing the middle of the field, going to the slot receiver. I guarantee Bo Nix won't be 29th in slot accuracy when it comes to his 2026 numbers.
He can't be. Can't be because of what was done
because
with
of
this.
Waddle, right?
Those are huge numbers, and it is a now. Are there the things that we nitpick on of keeping the Troutmans around and giving them another opportunity and all of those things? Yeah, some stuff will feel the same and remain familiar. But like I said, there were three major things, and they addressed every single one of those, and all of them have to do with who Bo Nix is and who Bo Nix should become in his third year. It's just. I'm with you. Let's say run it back because it grinds the gears of Sean.
Right.
And he does enough gear grinding all over that we can make that a two-way street from time to time. But it's not that. I was thinking about it last night, and I'm checking those three boxes that we beat over the head, really.
Right.
And it is a different look. It is a different feel. I tell you, Jalen Waddle and Davis. Now, what kind of control does Davis really have? If he's actually calling plays. Those two things alone, without any parts of the draft, make it feel a pretty big difference.
I want Davis to get a fair shot as the play caller, and that means Sean Payton, you got to back up a little bit. And if Sean Payton is, shooting down Davis Webb's ideas, I don't think that's a good good start. At the beginning of the season, the first month of the season should be, Davis, what would you like to do? Let's see how it looks. And then Sean can adjust in that second part of like, hey, okay, 1 month down, this worked, this didn't work. How about you try this? It's going to be on a week-to-week basis. But if you were to tell me, if I knew the percentage that Sean Payton is going to back up, basically, and the percentage that Davis Webb is going to truly call plays in the way that he wants to call plays, it's not going to be 100% Davis Webb. But if you were to tell me it's 75% Webb and 25% Sean, real good number. If you tell me it's 50-50, or dare I say 60-40 Sean,
which is probably what he wants,
you have to grow. You have to develop. The definition of an insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Sean, it's time to make that change. Trust Davis Webb. Trust him completely. And if you have to adjust after a month or so, then go ahead and do that. I don't want Davis to have an incomplete kind of run at this because Sean won't get out of his flipping way. Like, get Sean to back up a little bit. Let Davis run this thing. He's going to use tempo. He's going to use Evan Ingram. He's going to use Jalen Waddle. He's going to use the hell out of Jalen Waddle. So let Davis call these plays, flow this thing with Bo. Let those two vibe, man. If you can do that, you can win a Super Bowl. And if you're Sean Payton, isn't that what you're here for? You're here for the money. You're here for the grind because I guess I'll say this, and I'll say it this way. Unfortunately, Sean is one of those guys, he's going to grind himself into retirement. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, he's just going to grind and grind and grind and grind until he can't do it anymore. That's the type of person that he is. That's how much he loves football. You can be a little less grindy and let Davis Webb do some of that. Yeah. And the results could be fantastic because Davis Webb and Bo Nix are pretty much like best friends. And even though I would say Bo Nix and Sean Payton's relationship is good, let's say even solid, I'm not saying they're best friends. Yeah. Right? Davis Webb is, though. So let those two kind of vibe. Do your bad cop thing when you need to. Yeah. But let those two vibe and see where this thing goes.
Well, you could have a good work. There's people that I work. There's people here I work with, and I'm like, I wouldn't hang out with you outside of this. But, like, we're cool here. Right? I probably should have said here. But in past workplaces, there's places where I'm like, I'm not kicking it with that dude. That's not my kind of people. Right. But at work, I'll dap you up and say, hope you have a great weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you have a good working relationship? Yes. Can Sean and Bo they have established that. Right. Can they maintain it? Yes. Can they maintain it without jeopardizing what it could be between Davis and Bo?
Right.
I don't know.
Well, this is where we cue the Beastie Boys because the sabotage.
Yeah.
And it's not that Sean Payton would sabotage it on purpose.
No, he can't get out of his own way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's where the sabotage would come in, of Sean just can't get out of the way. Like, you're going to need to do that, Sean. You're not going to need to do that for the growth of Bo Nix. You have this incredible talent. You have a coach that really vibes with him, really meshes with him, and by the way, could maybe one day be a great head coach himself in Davis Webb. If you only get out of your own way and you don't sabotage this thing because you have to have your hand on the wheel, it could lead to all the glory that you want for the Denver Broncos. It could lead to that NFL MVP season for Bo Nix, dialed up if he stays healthy because that stupid ankle, and if Sean Payton doesn't sabotage this thing.
Dial it back. Rein it in a bit, Sean. I got to read this text. It's awesome from our mailman, Sean. He said, did Cecil wear Knicks gear, Knicks, and thought it was Knicks gear, Nix?
Maybe Kev should be a Knicks fan now. I mean, they
just
BTA.
Stuff that says Knicks all over
They
it.
BTA on the 76ers last night. I think we all should love that, right?
That's a great text. And yeah, I will even. I don't like either of the teams, but I told you I turned the game off when I saw it was a beatdown. I'm like, I'm going to play video games.
Yeah,
now.
They're up by 100, whatever.
But I was like, it's the Knicks, but I'm kind of enjoying watching them beat the hell out of Joel Embiid.
I do have to read this because Big E texted me. He says, your Knicks look good. Love Cat being a Kentucky guy. Crazy talent, but still soft. But compared to Joker, he looks like a Hell's Angel.
He's not wrong, dude. The Cat took a spill last night. I was like, he's going to miss some time.
Right.
That was fine.
He took a spill, and he hated it.
I hate how good the Knicks are right now. I hate it.
They're not going to win anything.
Damn, are you sure?
Okay? As a long-suffering Knicks fan, they're not going to win anything.
They could win the East. They're not going to win the championship.
Anybody could win the East. The East is soft as Charmin. Are you kidding me?
I really like that text from every time you're in Knicks gear now, I'm going to think of Sean's text.
Well, it is orange and blue.
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
I mean,
that's
love the colorway. Love the Knicks. Love Larry Johnson. Like, come on.
That worked out perfectly. Nice text there, Sean. All right, let's check our X. What's on our Twitter timeline that we want to share? Something interesting happening on ESPN on Friday. Details next.
Game 1 wasn't hockey, it was chaos on ice. A 9-6 shootout where defense evaporated, goaltending cracked, and the Avalanche and Wild traded haymakers like it was October, not May. Incredible! Now comes Game 2, and the question is simple. Does it settle down, or does this series stay unhinged? Colorado wants control, Minnesota wants revenge, and after a night where anyone could score from anywhere, nothing feels predictable. Avalanche, Wild. Game 2, tonight. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You'll get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
You want to be happy. You want to see your family safe, your children inspired, and your friends succeed. This is Glenn Jammeron. I'm president of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. The key to a bright and promising future rests in the core values you first learned as a child: trust, compassion, empathy, understanding, and perhaps the most important of all, being kind. Respecting the traditions you hold dear doesn't make you old-fashioned, but rather empowered in this modern and oftentimes complex world of ours. In fact, your values, your leadership, your caring and kindness inspires Alpine Bank. Return to your core values. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Growing a business is hard enough. Figuring out where to advertise shouldn't be a thing that holds you back. Your customers are listening to this station. Heck, you are. They're streaming Denver's biggest games on their TVs. They're tuned into the podcasts everyone's talking about. We help you show up in all three with one plan, one team, and results you can actually see. We've helped businesses like yours grow for years. Let us show you how. Visit DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at WindowNation.com. I know that May's weather is pretty nice, but you don't have to wait until the heat hits in May and beyond to try and avoid high energy bills. You need to upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows. You get new energy efficient ones from WindowNation.com, and you get half of them for free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at WindowNation.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's going down on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with the crew? You got Twitter, you scroll Twitter, hit us up at Kistner Radio, at Cecil Lammy, at Joshua Dover if you want to hang after show hours. That's where you can find us, is over there on Twitter. I'm looking at a tweet from Front Office Sports. It's fun to follow at FOS. They give us some good insight. And we're going to get a little throwback on Friday. I don't know how much folks are still watching First Take on ESPN with Stephen A. Smith. I'll get into it a couple of times. If I'm doing a little show prep, I'll put it on in the background, and as long as Cam Newton's not wearing my grandma's blouse, I'll keep it on that channel for a little while. But Skip Bayless is going to return to ESPN on Friday. Bayless is set to appear alongside Stephen A. on Friday's episode of First Take. It's a one-time show. He's making his first appearance since leaving that network back in 2016. That's a great question. Does anybody miss Skip? I see I don't seek Skip out, but I see Akib was doing stuff with him. I don't know if he still is.
Yeah.
But like those clips would make their way to my timeline, and Skip is just I mean, we all kind of know his shtick at this point, right? If you run with the same shtick for your entire career, at some point it's played out and you're not getting over on anybody anymore.
How does he still have a career based on the rumors and the suggestions he had about Troy Aikman in the 90s? And if you know, you know. I will not get in. I'll tell you off air. I will not get into it on air. But I'm like, okay, so he's able to run his mouth like that about Troy Aikman in the 90s and then still has a job?
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So I'm like, wait a second, what?
He should have got it.
Skip Bayless, the stuff I want to say about Skip, I'll get in trouble for. So I've already been directed, and I'm not talking about Skip Bayless. I'm just talking about in general, but I have gotten notes. We get show notes once in a while, right? We get some coaching.
Yeah.
I think Amanda one day took me into her office, and she said, hey, you can't call so-and-so a no-talent ass clown.
That's a direct quote.
That was a direct quote. And I was like, okay, cannot say no-talent ass clown. So I am not saying that about Skip Bayless. I'm totally not saying that.
No, you wouldn't say
because
that.
I cannot say that anymore.
Right.
So anything that I can say about Skip Bayless, I would get in trouble for. So it's best if I just move on.
Mama said if you don't have anything nice to say.
Roy Orbison.
Don't say anything. All right, well, I guess from one no-talent ass clown to another, because I've got another story here.
Got the job done, Kevin. In every which way.
Bomani Jones.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of. Is he smart? Does he have solid sports takes from time to time? Yeah. I think he's a little too race-baity for me. He brings that up quite a bit, and it's just like that doesn't have anything to do with the conversation that you were supposed to have. However, he and Dominique Foxworth, man, they were going in on the Joker SGA conversation and the kind of legacy that would be left from a guy like SGA, and it was music to my ears.
I think that a lot of this is going to get chalked up to like the way the organization operated, and no one's going to say like Shea was so much better than Jokic. I could be wrong, but 20 years from now, I'm like, Shea was incredible. They won 3 titles in 6 years. But that team was loaded in a period when no one else could be loaded.
Well, it's so interesting, at least for me, because Jokic looks and feels like one of the greatest players I've ever seen, right? Like no matter where we come in the final accounting, when people
and he is, just for the record, I can say this, he is one of the best players of all time before people get too far down this path.
But when people get into he doesn't pass the eye test, I'm like, oh, you don't like basketball. Mm-hmm. Like he is an obvious eye test guy, right? Then there happen to be numbers that support that. For me, at least, Shea is not an eye test guy. Shea has a rack of advanced statistics that imply that he has been one of the greatest players of all time in the last 3 or 4 years. There has never been a single solitary moment that I have watched him and thought that I was watching one of the greatest players of all time. Just never happened. And that doesn't mean he's not. Right. I just haven't seen.
So they're talking about the eye test. They're talking about everything else that goes into the conversation of who Shea is. One-on-one, straight-up basketball player, Shea doesn't hold a candle to who Nikola Jokic is. Shea's a really, really good scorer. He manipulates the rules a little bit, and that allows him to be a really, really good scorer. I hate it, but he's taking advantage of the soft-ass NBA rules and the way the referees are taught to referee games. But overall, and again, you pass the eye test, and if you don't have Oklahoma City on your chest or live in that godforsaken town, then you probably don't see it that way. But the rest of us see it exactly how Bomani and Dominique see it, and they're spot on 100%. I can't believe I'm going to say it. Bomani Jones, I agree with every word you just said.
It's because it's obvious. Again, I don't think, and listen, Bomani might be the nicest guy ever, whatever. All he's saying is something that's obvious. Hey, that guy's right about oxygen, everybody. It's really good for you. So I'm not going to, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but I'm not going to give him credit for saying what's completely obvious to everybody. So good job, Bomani. You have a grasp on reality for now.
For the first time ever.
Hey!
There you go, Sturtsy.
Haven't seen that one in a minute.
Yes. Have you ever seen pink Mountain Dew dogs?
Well, I did last night.
Yeah,
thanks to you.
I sent you the tweet. This summer is going to be lit.
What was the flavor?
From Alien Perspective on Twitter. Dew Dogs, Major Melon. These are, and this is seems like a legitimate product, or somebody did great with AI. But these are Mountain Dew Dogs, uncured beef franks. Yeah, I'm sure it's beef. Uncured beef franks with a charge of Mountain Dew Major Melon.
Wow.
I don't know about Major Melon. It sounds great because, especially if you had more than one, give me a couple of them Major Melons, Mountain Dews. Like, that sounds pretty great. Why are you laughing? Like, give me the Major Melons Mountain Dew. But in a hot dog? I mean, I would try it just because it says Mountain Dew. If you slap Mountain Dew on a label, I might eat like some doggy chow, like on Showgirls,
you're
right?
in, right?
I used to love doggy chow, especially the Mountain Dew flavor. But Mountain Dew dogs, Mountain Dew hot dogs.
So could I
These are going on the Traeger immediately.
Could I go get my regular dogs and then just put Mountain Dew on them, in them, them in Mountain Dew? How is this different?
What are you
than
like
just
soaking them in Mountain Dew?
No, I'll boil them. I'll just boil them in Mountain Dew. And then drink the Mountain Dew when it cools down.
Oh, God.
Warm Mountain Dew?
Yeah, no.
I don't know that, like, I'm Mr. Hot Dog. I'll eat a regular hot dog.
Right.
You won't.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would do this one.
Really? You'd eat a regular hot dog and you wouldn't eat a Mountain Dew hot dog? What's the matter with you?
Like, do you put ketchup on a Mountain Dew hot dog? Do you put anything, or is it just dog and bun?
What do you put on Major Melons? Mountain Dew.
Is there some whipped cream somewhere? I don't know. Kevin, are you eating the Major Melon Mountain Dew hot dog?
I can't believe Dover will eat a regular hot dog and you're hesitant on it. It has Mountain Dew on it.
A regular hot dog is delicious.
It has Mountain Dew on it.
I just don't know that. Is it like tangy? What are we
Major
getting?
Melons. Who doesn't want Major Melons?
Kev, you got to break the tie.
I'm in on it.
Oh, both of you are in.
To be honest, when Cecil put in the group chat, I thought it was Cecil's hand holding it.
Oh, like he had it at his house? I just assumed you were at King Supers and were showing us.
No, it's some tweet.
And then I saw, like you said, like Getty Images or something under the hand. I was like, eh. But yeah, I thought Cecil was going to bring them in for us to try today. That's why I was like, dude, I'm down to try them.
So you thought we were getting them today for lunch?
I actually thought we were doing that. That's why I didn't eat breakfast today.
Well, it is Cinco de Mayo, so
probably not Major Melon Mountain Dew hot dog
No Major
day.
Melons on Cinco de Mayo, but
I'll tell you what. If you don't get them, you guys are coming to the crib soon. I'll get them that day.
Okay.
And I'll throw them on the grill, and we'll see how they are.
Let's try them out.
Okay.
Let's try them out.
We'll report back to the tribe. All right, that's what's on our Twitter timelines. We check our X every day at 11:45. We got to get back into our lunch hour, back into an Avalanche conversation. It is game day, baby. Game 2 versus the Wild is tonight.
The battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer and everything in between. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th.
As a mother myself, I'll tell you, she's not going to remind you. She's way too busy being mom.
Which is why we are. Make your Mother's Day unforgettable with a little something truly special from Williams Jewelers.
Prices start at under $500, and we have thousands of fine jewelry choices from names she knows and loves like Marco Biccigo, Paul Morelli, and Gashwara.
How about a beautiful diamond cross or precious sterling or gold locket for mom?
A Monica Rich Kozan locket with the kids' pictures inside will become a family heirloom she'll cherish for life. We promise.
This Mother's Day, come home to family.
Come home to Denver's first family of fine jewelers, Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Cecil Lammy here from my friends at Soda Weight Loss. Online, SodaDietNutrition.com. 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds, and I'm never going back. You want help on your weight loss journey? Call them up, 866-800-SODA. Again, online, SodaDietNutrition.com. I got my confidence back. I look and feel 10 years younger, all thanks to soda. Knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, and having the help of a real nutritionist is all that you need. SodaDietNutrition.com, because SOTA is state of the art.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan presents
Redemption, Avs fans.
I'm hoping so. I know it's not going to look the way it did in game 1. I know they're not going to be 14 goals scored, right? That's not going to go down tonight. I believe the goaltenders will be better. Well, one's going to get his first crack at it. Gustafson is now in net for the Minnesota Wild. Volstead pulled, done, over. Not getting a chance to bounce back from giving up 9 goals. The Wild are not going to risk it.
The rookie got worked.
You said the rookie could be broken, and that's what 9 goals will do to you.
It took one game.
He was broken by the Colorado Avalanche. They're going to make the change. What does that mean for their goaltending tandem moving forward? Is this now a back and forth? What if Gustafson gets beat up tonight? We both have the Avs winning. I have the Avs winning 4-2. I have Wedgie looking really, really good in between the pipes tonight because he's going to get the go for the Avalanche because that's the right decision. Lazy ass takes about Mackenzie Blackwood getting an opportunity. Not up in here. Scott Wedgwood is the guy, but Cease, if they can break Gustafson, which I think they're going to have a pretty good shot at doing, this could be it. This could be game 2. We could be going, ooh, they got the Minnesota Wild. I still think it's a 6-game series.
Okay.
But
I was going to ask you, does it shorten the series?
It could be like it's a 6-game series where every game's tight to, it's a 6-game series where 2 of those you go, ooh, tough night for the Wild.
Yeah, tough night for the Wild. Already starting out with a tough night for the Wild. Doesn't it seem like a desperate move after one game?
It does.
After one game, when you look at what they did against the Stars and how they performed against that team. Now, obviously not the offensive threats that you see from the Colorado Avalanche, but it's not like the Stars don't have talent.
Right.
It's not like the Stars can't pile up goals on you. So after one game in your second series and you pull your rookie goaltender, that's a desperation move.
How bad were they defensively?
Exactly.
They were equally as bad as what the Avalanche were on the defense. That's why Anson and those boys on TNT were roasting the game at intermission because it was bad on both sides.
Maybe it's and it was a Will that alerted us to this of like the same side, the same side, the same side. Maybe that's something that Minnesota saw and said, all right, you got a little bit of a blind spot over there. Let's change it up. Let's throw in the veteran. Let's take out the rookie. I just think it's something that if it goes wrong for you tonight, our guy Creaky in the YouTube chat brought to you by Sean Honda, he's like, I got 4-2 Avs tonight.
Nice. I'm with Creaky on that.
I've got 3-2 Avs, and I think you have 4-2 Avs as well. So it's going to be an Avs win. That's what we're promoting and certainly hoping for and honestly planning for. What does that mean for Minnesota? When you've already made your move, you're playing cards here, and you've already put down your best card, and now you're trying to make a desperate move, I believe. So if the Colorado Avalanche, do you sense blood in the water? I think you do. After one game, that tells you how strong this team is. That tells you how strong this offense is. If you play better defense and you still get your scoring chances, I'm not saying 6-2, nothing like that. But if you maintain your scoring chances while playing better defense, as Jared Bednar has urged his team to do, I mean, how do you stop this team?
It almost feels like, so from the Wild side of, if you're John Hines, you're going, we have to almost win game 2 to get ourselves back in the series to give us a chance, a fighting chance to win this series. And your wild card is to go back to a goaltender that hasn't played in about 3.5 weeks.
Right. The
last 2 times that Gustafson been between the pipes, he's lost both of those games. He's given up 11 goals in both of those games. He did get a win against the Avalanche this year. Mackenzie Blackwood was on the other side, and the Wild beat the Avs 5-2. Marty scored both of those goals. So you can do whatever that information, whatever you want, but Marty had success the last time they saw Gustafson between the pipes. It is almost a desperation move from Hines because if you lose tonight, and we both think they're going to lose, you have to beat the Avalanche 4 in 5 games. That's impossible to do. You cannot do it against this group. So maybe this is Hines going, I have to throw something out there because we're going back home down 2-0. The series is all but over.
Yeah, the series is all but over, going down 2-0 to this Avs team. And if it looks the way that it can look tonight, look out, because you don't have much of a chance anyway. But now benching Wallstedt and going to Gustafson, how does that work out for this team? How does it work out for the Avalanche? I think if you're the Avalanche, you can be very fired up because you made them change. You made them make a major change in only the second game. So with Gustafson in there, work him as well. You did it with Wallstedt, work the veteran just like you did the rookie. and do that with your spectacular offense. Do that with puck placement, proper passing, and your power play. I think your power play should continue to be strong. It's basically you had 2-0 on the power play last time. I know it was 1-for-1, but still, that second goal was like seconds off the power play, kind of power play-y, but it's looked really good. You want to continue that, and you can tonight against a different goaltender. I think this is what could open the floodgates for the Colorado Avalanche. They've got to do it. They've got to have their offense look good while also playing better defense, but this type of move in Game 2 for Minnesota reeks of desperation to me.
Yeah, he's played in 4 games going back to April 2nd. I mentioned the 2-2 record there. Won the first 2, lost the last 2.
Okay.
Gives him a 28-15-6 record in his starts throughout the regular season. That's good for a .903 save percentage. If you go look at Gustafson's playoff history, he's got a 4-7 record there, .917 playoff save percentage, and he's given up, he's got over 300 saves and given up just the 28 goals. So in his past, he's been good. But how much of the rust is there to consider for this goalie change tonight? And it's not just some yahoos. It's the Colorado Avalanche.
Right.
The most powerful team in the entire NHL, coming at a guy that's played 4 hockey games in a month, basically.
Are they expecting a much tighter game? Or let's look at this.
2 months.
Is Minnesota going to try to do a little bit of what the Kings did? Hey, let's slow this thing down. Let's dump and chase. Let's have more low-event hockey, because you tried to go high-event hockey against the Avs, and you got worked for 9 goals.
Yeah.
8 in an empty netter.
That's a good question.
I think they slow it down. I think they slow down the pace. I think they try to make this a 1-goal game and then perhaps get lucky at the end. That's what we're going to see the Wild do, because it's not the natural overreaction. I don't think this is, when you drive the car off the road, you're not supposed to jerk the wheel to get back on the road. I don't think the Wild are necessarily doing that, but this just makes sense. If they went into this contest and said, let's go low event, let's go dump and chase, let's slow things down. You tried to out-Avs the Avs last time. You can't do that. So do you try a different approach, already changing your goaltender? I would anticipate a different style of play, a much more structured, a tighter defensive structure, honestly, on both sides, but certainly Minnesota, that's their plan. They're already to desperate plan. It's not like play our style and, they're the Avs, whatever. They might already change the way they're approaching the Avs, almost a 180-degree turn.
See, I wonder how much of that they want to do. I get why you're saying it. The Kings had some success. It made it a little more uncomfortable than any of us wanted to be in round number 1. But can Minnesota can they be the threat that they are if they slow it down? Dude, they scored 3.8 goals per game against Dallas. So they kind of use that formula of like, we're going to attack, we're going to be in your our offensive zone and take advantage of that. If they slow it down, I wonder how much of that takes away from who they naturally are. Because they have some serious, legitimate scorers over there. And now you go, all right, we'll slow down a little bit, muck it up. It takes them out of their own game as well. Then it just becomes, hey, who can adjust better? I just watched the Avs do that for 4 games against a team that's better at that style than Minnesota is. I understand why you're saying it.
Right.
I just think that's a slippery slope for them too.
Yeah.
But they might be grasping at straws right now.
They're going to try to get quicker shots from the points to get traffic on net. And one thing that we've seen with Scott Wedgwood is whenever there's been some struggles, mainly with Blackwood, with rebound control has been better with Scott Wedgwood. That's what they're going to test tonight. They're just going to try to get more traffic on the net, around the net, by the net, and then see where your rebounds are, especially when you have talented players. And again, can't stand the Minnesota Wild, but certainly do love Quinn Hughes and the way that he plays. He's like their version of Ant for me, because Anthony Edwards is really fun to watch, even though I hate the Timberwolves. Same thing with Hughes. When you've got that sort of talent, and he's not the only guy, but when you have that sort of talent on the ice, it makes sense. Try for rebound control, try for those tighter neutral zone layers, and see what you can do against Wedgwood with rebounds.
Yeah, I told you earlier, I hate that Anthony Edwards is becoming my favorite player in the NBA. I'm going to buy his shoes this week. A guy that plays for Minnesota, I'm going to buy his shoes. That's a big part of it. I'm broke, and I need new shoes, and they're only $100. So, yeah, that's a part of the equation. I would say this. For tonight, yes, you need to be more physical. I think my mile-high moment is Scott Wedgwood. I think Wedgwood plays outstanding. I think there are a couple of those ooh-ah moments for Scott Wedgwood in the net. I think it's already done for me, but I think he nips this conversation in the bud completely about if it's Mackenzie Blackwood or if it's Scott Wedgwood. Again, I think it's a terrible and a lazy take. I think you stopped watching the Avs in the latter part of the season. And you didn't realize how good Scott Wedgwood has been, because if you did, you'd feel the way I feel, but there is no real conversation. So my mile high moment is that Wedgie shuts the door on this Blackwood nonsense, and he's got to get help. Gabe, Lecky, Val are guys I'm really looking at tonight. Gabe and Lecky will do it. Val, use that big body. You're not the most physical of guys, but do that a little bit more to give your goaltender a clear sight of path. And then 2 defenders, Burns and Blankenburg. Burns gets beat a lot. Everybody wants to talk about the longevity. Great. How long has he been that bad playing hockey at his position? He can't lose battles in front of the net. He has a big enough body where if he doesn't keep them out of the position, he has the strength to push them out. Nick Blankenburg does not. It's the opposite.
Right.
He can't let a Wild player get that deep, because if they do, they're going to be 1-0 against Scott Wedgwood, because Nick, God bless you, brother, but you're just too small to push anybody out of the way.
Yeah, it looks like with Burnsy, you've got the big, slower guy, and Blankenburg, you've got the little, feisty guy. All right. Just as long as you don't make mistakes. This is the type of night where any sort of errors may come through and shine even brighter based on how I anticipate the Wild are going to approach this thing, where they're trying to slow things down. That could be their plan tonight, and if they do that, every single shift, every single play, every single rebound, it's all important tonight. It's the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's hockey.
Yeah.
Everything's tight. Get ready for a tight one tonight.
So give me Wedgie. Give me a 4-2 victory. That's my call and my shot, my mile-high moment.
Okay.
Cecil Lammy, where you at with this game?
Yeah,
What's your
mile-high moment. If you allow me to have 2.
You can have, well, what are they going to be?
I don't know. Kev, are you going to vote on this? Do I get 2 mile-high moments?
I think you had to tell us what both of them are. And
Okay.
then we'll determine.
And
if
then
you
you
get both.
determine which one is allowed.
So lay out your argument, and then we'll determine the
First
final.
mile-high moment, I'm really feeling Nazem Kadri.
Okay.
Based on game 1, based on the way that he was firing that puck, based on the way that just a week off, what a difference a week makes.
He had 7 shots on goal in game 1. He had 4 in 4 games in round 1.
Exactly, and looked uncomfortable when he was handling the puck in round 1. Now he's back. Now he's healthy. Now he's firing shots. I think Nazem Kadri gets one in the 3rd period to seal this thing.
I like that.
3-1. 3-1 is the final score there. So I think Nazem Kadri, that was my original mile-high moment, because then when you say, look out, Minnesota Wild, they're going to Gustafsson in net, but Marty had a couple last time he faced him.
Last time he faced Gustafsson.
I was like, can I get an extra one in? Because I really want Marty Netjes, who played an outstanding game in game 1. I want him to get one in the net tonight as well.
What if we said this? You're allowed the 2, but that Nas one, you were very specific, which I like.
Yeah.
So the Nas one has to be a 3rd period
Right.
goal. All right?
Right. Well, and that's the thing about mile-high moments. It needs to be specific.
It's very specific.
It's calling your shot. Kev called the Kentucky Derby winner.
Yeah.
I did. There's video. There's audio proof.
That's right.
On KYGO.
Okay.
He did it.
Yeah. So
did
that's
his
what
best.
mile-high moments are about.
Was it Golden Demon or
Golden Tempo?
Golden Tempo?
Golden
yes.
Tempo.
Okay. Sounded fast.
It sounded fast. That's why I went with it.
Okay. What's your mile-high moment tonight for the Avs then?
You know,
Kev?
to be honest, I was looking at the numbers of this goalie that they were going up against for the Avs. His last 5 games, he's given up 21 total goals.
Wow.
That's 4.
That's not great, Bob.
That's 4.2 per game. And their goalie's like, oh, he gives us a great opportunity to win. No, he doesn't.
Hey, right in my wheelhouse. I need 4 goals tonight.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go. Marty Netjes had 2 goals the last time he took on this goalie. How about a Marty Netjes hat trick tonight?
Wow, he's doubling up. He's going 1-upper on you, Cease.
He's going to score 2 early.
Okay.
I mean, McKinnon finds him like no other.
True.
Right.
And then maybe it's one of those empty net goals.
Oh, the empty netter hattie?
Where you get the empty net hattie, everyone throws their hats on. So I'm going to go. They win 4-1, but Marty Netjes gets a
Wow.
hat
See,
trick.
and I was
like
thinking
that.
Hattie for Nas, and I was like, that's a little crazy. You went a Hattie for Marty. That's less crazy.
And a Bronco makes an appearance of the game. No.
Who? What Bronco? It's not Bo.
Sean
Bo.
Payton.
Oh yeah. Well,
So-
Sean's just looking for an excuse to go
Sean
out.
was there next to the broken ice last time. I don't think he wants to come back.
You think that rubbed him the wrong way?
I think so.
Okay.
Might have scared him.
I think anytime there's an outing where he knows he'll be highlighted and there's booze, he's in. right?
I'm glad you finished highlighted because I was like, oh, you're going to say it? And you said lighted. I was like, oh, highlighted. Highlighted. Yes,
Look,
Sean Payton, highlighted.
What Sean does in the car before he enters an arena is up to Sean. I'm not going to judge people. You don't throw stones, right? Guys like me, I don't throw stones in that situation.
Okay.
All right, so those are our Mile High moments. You got yours. Hit us up, 303-713-1043, ramoslaw.com. Text line, YouTube page. It's youtube.com/DenverSport, our tribe chat over there, presented by Champ Honda.
I'm seeing a lot of people on social network and also offer up their tickets for tonight's game as well. I'm like, no. Avs fan, maybe it's the weather. Maybe they're worried about the weather. I don't know. But, like, that's the thing. Game 1, you guys showed up so big for the Avalanche. You could feel it on the broadcast. You need that same feeling tonight. And the great thing about Ball Arena is they're going to go nuts. Now, they're not doing the fan experience outside Avs Alley.
Avs Alley is closed.
Avs
Weather's
Alley is
too
closed
bad.
tonight, likely because of the weather, although we still have yet to have any snow.
Yeah.
But it's Colorado. Someone alert the Broncos. Weather can change quickly. So, yes, everyone stay safe tonight. But Avs fans, show up big, show up loud. You did in Game 1. Need it again in Game 2. Let's end this thing. Everyone's saying 6. And, I agree with that. I'm not going to get as crazy as I sometimes do. Why does it have to be? Why does it have to be? Minnesota's already desperate. Minnesota's already changed netminders. Like, why does it have to be 6?
Desperate.
It doesn't have to be 6. You can finish this thing, and I'm not saying sweep. Maybe gentleman sweep is where I'm feeling this thing, but it's like you proved in Game 1 that they can't out-Avs you. What do they have left? Because they can't do what the Kings did. Now they're going to try. They might be likely to try dump and chase, stuff like that. They might try to play low-event hockey, but you've already proven against a team that's more used to doing that you can win in that way as well. So if you're Minnesota and they're already looking desperate, in my opinion, with this goaltender change, if you're the Avs, why are we saying 6? Go out there, BTA, beat that ass, get the win tonight.
Yeah, I still have some. It's like I don't want to say fear, because fear in Minnesota, that makes me want to throw up. But there's a real healthy respect from me for guys like Kaprizov, guys like Matt Boldy. They have some horses, man. The top 6 can match. It's one of the rare teams in the NHL where you go, hey, we write top 6 on paper.
Right.
I still give an advantage to the Avalanche.
Yes.
But it's not an overwhelming advantage. So I have too much respect for those guys on the other side. They're still going to win the series.
Do you think they get healthy when they go back to Minnesota?
Well, and Eric Sedek will be back with them in games 3 and 4, so he's
That'll
pretty
be a
big difference maker too.
Yeah.
The Avs are winning the series. I'm still going to go with 6 because of the horses that they have. They're really good, man. They're
Are
really
you
good.
planning on Manson returning in this series at some point?
Yes.
When? Minnesota?
Game 3 would be pretty nice to
Game
match
3
what's
would be
happening
nice.
going on over there.
I'm not saying you got to rush things, Manson, but that would be real nice if it was Game 3.
Bednar was asked about personnel stuff. You'll hear it here. He's not going to play his hand before he has to.
Is Josh Manson playing, and is Scott Wedgwood starting?
I'm not going to answer either one of those. No personnel questions.
Yeah, you got to know better at that point. I get it. You have to ask, but you're never going to get that answer from a coach on game day. He was also asked about goaltending. This conversation. Now, I heard James and Zach saying yesterday, he can say it, but, I mean, come on, guys, use your brain. He doesn't have to say it. He's going to continue to play the game because that's what the coach has to do, but we all know Scott Wedgwood has been the best goaltender. He was asked about who he's comfortable with.
Yes, I do. Like I said this at the start. Like I can't just go off like conventional thinking of like it's just one goalie. Like that's for me. It's not the way our team operated all year, and we had a lot of success. So I feel comfortable going with either guy. I'll have reasons why I go to one guy and why I would go to the next guy based on my conversations with them and how we're playing and how they're playing and when rest is needed. But I do feel comfortable that we could go to Blackwood at any point and he would be good for us.
All right, see, and I think that's where people are getting lost. He feels comfortable.
Yeah.
That's not a we are going to. It's a conversation. He's saying the conversation's being had about this is why I would go to you. I'd imagine, well, Scott just gave up 9 goals. We're going to kick that around. Scott's a little under the weather. We're going to kick that around. The time off, that's not a part of the conversation in the postseason. You don't have to do that because of the days off in between games. So I like that that narrows it down. He's comfortable with it. That doesn't mean he wants to do it. It doesn't mean that's a part of the plan. It means when there's an emergency,
right,
we're not running around in our underwear like Ricky Bobby on the track yelling that everything's on fire. It's all good. Mackenzie Blackwood could hold his own if he were called upon, but there's no reason to call upon him right now.
Yeah, Bedsy's not going to be in his underwear running down the track yelling for Tom Cruise to help him with his witchcraft.
That's
like
what it was.
none of that's going to happen. So because of that, tonight, Avs, be ready for a different style. But that's the great thing about the King Series. The King Series, boring as all get out, but a lesson in how teams are going to try to approach you. I think you're going to throw the kitchen sink at the Colorado Avalanche. And if you're Minnesota, you're going to do that perhaps every single night, just trying stuff that's different. So this isn't as simple as they're going to try to do the same stuff they did last time. No, that's not the case. I'm expecting a much different, much tighter defensive effort for both sides, but mainly from Minnesota. How do the Avs react to that? That'll tell the tale of the tape tonight.
A couple of your guys' texts and comments for Mile High Moments. You got any? Send them our way on the RamosLaw.com text line in the Champ Honda Tribe chat over on YouTube.com/DenverSports. Sean checking in. Right, Sean here. I think tonight's game is tight. 1 goal difference. Then I think it'll be a 5-game series. But if the Avs do win big tonight, they can sweep in 4. So Sean's feeling a little bit about, like you were saying, of there's some blood in the water right now with this goaltender change. If you go capitalize and take advantage early, it could get ugly, and you're just all the momentum on the side of the Avalanche. And then I would imagine it's inevitable. I think it's human nature. If you're a player on the Wild and the Avs are putting it on Gustafsson the way they're putting it on Volstead, there's almost a like, what the hell are we supposed to do? Hands up in the air moment.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. Hands up. What do I do with my hands?
Yeah.
And if you don't chew Big Red, you know what to do. Our hockey lady, Mel, on our YouTube chat, Tribe Chat, brought to you by Champ Honda, says the Wild's game plan. Quinn Hughes just keeps the puck for 59 minutes.
He just holds on to it forever.
Yeah. Gets the booze from the crowd going. Quinn Hughes versus Cale Makar. That's a popcorn moment.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just this entire series, it's going to be so fun to watch. And our guy got the best of their guy last time out, but Hughes had a hell of a game as well. So
I wonder how physical they are with Cale, too, knowing what happened on that weird play where Velcro stuck himself to the boards up there.
Well, and one
clearly has a
thing
groin issue.
that Dallas didn't test Minnesota in a way that I feel the Avs can is particularly with Hughes. Rough him up. Rough him up.
Yeah, he's a littler guy.
See how much he wants to do those pretty passes. See how much he wants to get in that traffic if you're putting a shoulder into him. Like every time he's got the puck. So if you could be a little bit more physical with Hughes, don't get out of your game. And what's great about this whole thing is we could do the 4 hours just on this topic. Everyone else is trying to mess up the Avs, like do stuff to change that. They're just being that, what are you doing? Oh, we can win that way. Oh, you want to do that? Oh, we can win that way. Like, it doesn't matter what you're throwing at this team. I say if you want to get back a little bit and you want to slow down that offense, rough up Hughes a little bit more, see how that works, and see if that can be to your advantage, because you want Hughes' head on a swivel instead of his stick being able to – that pass. I mean, my God, Hughes is
unbelievable.
Magic on his skates, and he's magic handling that puck. So rough him up a little bit. See how he responds to that.
Don's calling a shot. He goes 5-2 is what's going on. 5-2 for the win tonight. Feeling good about it. The Wild go back to Tinderland, says one of our texters. Throw your name on this. We'll give you a shout out from a longtime fan. Have a great day. Right back at you. We appreciate that. And our dude, Coach C, he's down there in SoCo. He didn't know that Mountain Dew was originally one of the whiskey mixers.
Yeah, it was a cutter for Southern Comfort.
Oh, that's right, Southern Comfort. But he also says it's a big hell no on the hot dog thing, but does want to try Mountain Dew with bourbon now.
Okay. Have you ever tried it?
I don't think I have.
Okay. Get a little
Southern
SoCo,
Comfort would be fun.
Get a little Southern Comfort, and then chase it with Mountain Dew.
Okay.
A little Tennessee Fire.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's Mountain Dew. It's probably good with everything.
Pretty much.
It's not
except hot dogs, according to you.
But that's just a weird.
Maybe. What's this show about? This show is about getting weird. Let your freak flag fly.
What if I feel different with regular Mountain Dew, not Major Melon? Major Melon kind of threw me
Why
off.
are you against Major Melons?
I just don't know what that tastes like. I should have stopped. All right, keep texting us if you got some of those mile-high moments.
Lean into the Major Melon flavor.
I'm going to be in a certain
Lean into it.
state of mind during that barbecue, so I'll probably be eating them.
Yeah.
When you guys come over. we'll be feeling good.
Okay.
I can promise you that.
Okay.
All right, let's get back to a Nuggets conversation. See, they're open for business, says Shams Charania of ESPN. What's open for business mean? And do roster moves really matter when a JV coach is calling the plays? We'll tell you next.
The Nuggets need a fresh spark. So why bring back David Edelman? After another postseason full of issues, confusing rotations, and tough questions, Denver doubles down on its original mistake. Is this loyalty or lack of imagination? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For over a decade, Bluebird Windows and Doors of Denver's been servicing the Front Range with products built to withstand Colorado's unpredictable weather. Bluebird's Sunrise Collection windows are built to last a lifetime and are backed by strong warranties. Right now, buy 3, get 1 free through May. Mention you heard about Bluebird from me, Mike Evans, you'll save an additional 5%. Enjoy the outdoors through energy-efficient Bluebird windows. Visit gobluebirdco.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors, make today a Bluebird day.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting for seriously injured car accident victims in Colorado. Serious accidents demand serious representation. We dig into every detail of your case, and we don't back down until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you or someone you love has been seriously injured in a car accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today at 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you'll actually won't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats, all with our best equipment and no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings attached. So even though your kids will grow up, your internet stays sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same price, locked in reliable, fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming. Plus, get Disney, Hulu Bundle, Peacock Premium included on us. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change in availability. Actual speeds may vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.
just to get caught up on the old days. Cecil, I want to talk about what's happening with these Denver Nuggets. I want to talk about trying to hide. Can you hide a head coach? Can you protect the team from who the head coach is? That's the conversation I want to have. Shams Charania had the report yesterday about what the Nuggets' priorities are. First was retaining David Adelman.
Why was that priority number one?
What was that conversation like? Again, check the inbox.
Well,
no
based on-
update on when Josh Kroenke's going to talk.
Oh, of course not. Of course not. When David Adelman talked after Game 6, did you sense any fear in his tone?
No.
Did you sense any sort of worry, any sort of concern about future job status? Zero.
He was campaigning, but it wasn't like I'm openly campaigning.
Right.
He was saying with confidence, here's what we're going to do next year.
Yes.
Because he
And
knew.
It's almost as if they told him before the playoffs, hey, regardless of what happens, you're our guy.
Well, can I pull the curtain back a little bit?
Yeah.
As somebody that worked for that organization,
Right.
everyone in that organization knows how it's run, what's going on up top, and they all just have to eat it because there's nothing they can do. So I'd imagine David had a pretty good idea. Oh, I have 4 years left on my contract. I know who my boss is. They're not going to pay me to not work. He knew it before the game was over.
Yeah, and that's ridiculous that he would know that and then have that embarrassing, disappointing performance as they did against Minnesota. That's on David Adelman mostly. It's on others as well. But the number one priority for this team would be to figure out what you can do with Payton Watson and then change your head coach. That's the number one priority. At least it should have been. But their priority was keeping David Adelman, which makes 0 sense.
It makes 0 sense.
And their second priority should actually be their first priority.
Yeah.
Because their second priority is making sure Joker signs the Supermax deal, or there's been suggestions by some of like, could he maybe not take the Supermax so you could have a little bit of extra money?
Do you think that's being floated by anybody? Or is that just like Ben Tenzer and John Wallace? You're sitting down with Nikola and his agent,
Right.
or probably just his agent. Nikola got the hell out of here on the first bird he could get on. But you're talking about, hey, our priority is to get Nikola to sign this next deal. Any chance you want to talk about a little lower of a number so that we can keep Payton Watson? We can get a roster around you and
Right.
not have to dip into the luxury tax. Or if I'm the agent, I probably tell them, my rebuttal is, no, I expect you to go into the luxury tax. We're in a championship window.
Yeah, my response if I was Joker's
my
agent.
client is the best player your franchise will ever see.
Yeah, that ever is going to see. If I'm Nikola's agent, I just go CeeLo Green on him. Like, forget
you, yeah.
Forget you. That's what I would tell him if they're saying, hey, how about a sort of discount? You want to take a little less money? He can get the Supermax. He's deserving of the Supermax. He should get the Supermax. Period. End of story. You've got to go into the second apron. The best thing for this Denver Nuggets team is keeping Payton Watson. So why their priority isn't like, okay, figure out this Joker thing, get a better head coach, and make sure Nikola Jokic signs that Supermax deal.
If they ran it back, same roster, Payton Watson returns, same roster, Aaron Gordon's body's
Well,
breaking
they said all they got to do is everybody stay healthy, right?
Same roster, but they did fire DA. What's your championship confidence level at, 1 through 10?
My championship confidence level would be more at a 7.
Okay.
Right now, it's more like a 3. It really is.
I think that's fair.
And it sucks, dude. It's May 5th. It's Cinco de Mayo. What's that mean? The 5th of May.
Mm-hmm.
It's Cinco de Mayo. And here on the 5th of May, we can already say with certainty, we can say assuredly, they're not going to win a championship with David Adelman.
No, they're not.
We can say that 100% certain. So
Yeah.
if they had fired Adelman and they keep it back and keep Payton Watson, now all of a sudden you can say, hey, fresh eyes, more motivation, Watson starting, Watson healthy. You could see how a championship could come together.
I'm glad that you said 7 and you weren't like 9 or 10 because I'm honestly at like a 6.5.
Okay.
They just don't have dogs. As bad as David Adelman was, he wasn't getting punked and bullied on the court. He wasn't getting out-rebounded, out-hustled, outplayed and performed. I guess he was getting outperformed by Chris Finch, but like they still need a dog on the roster. Jamal's not it. Nikola's too soft. Nikola doesn't have any interest in playing defense, and that's a major, major factor, which is hurting these Denver Nuggets. Payton being out there, I think, would have helped a little. He's not this, killer instinct kind of player, but he takes pride in what he does for a living and specifically on the defensive floor. So I would go, yeah, I'm about a 6.5. You give me a Bobby Portis. You give me, I threw out the name Gary Payton Jr. He's 34 and injured, but a guy like that, it goes from like a 6 to an 8 because I think guys can have a voice and make an impact in the locker room.
Yeah,
I really thought Russell Westbrook was going to be that guy.
Sure.
I don't know why he wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, nobody listened to him because he's kind of a turd sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. And so the Westbrook experiment is like, okay, right idea, wrong guy? Perhaps?
Yeah, yeah.
Right idea, wrong guy. Find the right guy.
But why did they go away from that idea? You had the dog, right?
Yeah,
and then you let him go. And I get it. You weren't bringing Russ back after what went on. But why get away from that idea? You don't. I just, dude, it's the old, like, room full of nice guys. You're not going to win a lot with a room full of nice guys. Nice guys can get you so far. You need that one that's like, I know this isn't normally who you are, but we're going to go kick that guy in the nuts and stand over him and laugh in his face. Like, you need that a little bit from somebody on a team.
Okay, so you asked the question, why did they go away from the dog, like the dog mentality? Now I've got Cartman in my mind. I am the dog, the big bad dog. Here's why, and the answer is very crushing. I don't want to crush people today, dude. You were really going to make me say this?
Yeah, if it's the Nuggets.
They're unserious. Are they serious about winning another NBA title?
Josh Kroenke's first move of business was to tell us he's keeping the coach. They're unserious.
Yeah, they're unserious because nobody with basketball acumen can watch David Adelman and say, that's a great idea. No one can watch David Adelman that has the intelligence or vision that you see when it comes to putting together a championship team and say, no, that's the guy that's going to get him over the top. The West is only going to get tougher. And no matter what happens in this Minnesota-San Antonio thing, are both teams going to be there next year?
Yep.
How about Houston? They're going to continue to get better?
Yeah, even without Kevin Durant, they're going to get better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lakers don't yet know.
They're going to get better because LeBron's leaving soon.
And they'll get Payton Watson.
Yeah.
So that's a problem. So the West is getting better, and you're sitting on your hands with David Adelman. The West is getting better, and you're like, they're unserious. And that's the worst answer I could give you, but I believe it is the appropriate answer because their moves, their direction, their mindset, priority list that you're talking about, those moves are telling me that they're not serious about winning a championship with Joker again. They got one, and it's like that's all they're concerned with. Oh, we got one. You needed to have gotten more. And I was telling our guy Jake Shapiro off air when he popped in here in the studio, I said I feel like this is in the Matrix when they got the deja vu and she goes not like this and they pull her plug.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about the Nuggets in this Joker era. Joker era 1.0. There's going to be a 2.0.
We hope.
What does that look like? Who knows? Hopefully it doesn't look the damn same.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't include David Adelman for more than just this year.
But that's what Josh Kroenke wants Joker 2.0 to be. Joker 1.0 was the coach was different. Joker 2.0 is now it's David and not Michael. That's what they want it to be. They being the Kroenkes.
Then Josh needs to find someone else that can do it. That's period. If that's his vision, if that's his plan, how can you look at David Adelman as a coach and think that's the guy that's going to have the ear of his players? That's the guy that they're going to respond to. They are unserious about winning a championship, and it's unfortunate because you will never see a player as good as Nikola Jokic walk through that building again, ever.
Cecil, I'd love to tell you where Josh Kroenke's head is, but I literally don't know where his feet are. We haven't heard from Josh Kroenke since they fired Michael Malone. And he's supposed to be the executive. He got a vote for Executive of the Year, which means he's title the executive. And has spoke once in a calendar year. One time. When his team's in a championship window and they got to do it on the roster that they should build a statue for, we've heard from him once in a calendar year.
I would way rather have like a Jerry Jones type of owner who's meddling in everything.
Like over the top.
Than a guy that's barely around or not visible publicly.
You know all the things that people wondered and worried about Greg Pinner? How serious is he going to take this? Is it just a side
the dummies
hobby?
Wondered that.
Well, the dummies wondered it, right?
Yeah.
You know who does that? Josh Kroenke. We should wonder it about him, not GP, who's all in on what the Broncos are and what they're going to be in this city. We've heard from Greg Pinner 5 times in the last calendar year. Off the top of my head, 5 times.
Yeah.
Josh Kroenke once. Ownership matters, guys. The Broncos got the right one. The Denver Nuggets, not so sure.
Oh, well, I think I am sure. I am sure. Like, Josh Kroenke got one, and really that's the only thing that he seems to be focused on.
We will talk a little Colorado Rockies, what they did not get done, and how their schedule is changing now with the weather. We'll talk about the losing streak coming up next.
Game 1 wasn't hockey, it was chaos on ice. A 9-6 shootout where defense evaporated, goaltending cracked, and the Avalanche and Wild traded haymakers like it was October, not May. Incredible! Now comes Game 2, and the question is simple. Does it settle down, or does this series stay unhinged? Colorado wants control, Minnesota wants revenge, and after a night where anyone could score from anywhere, nothing feels predictable. Avalanche, Wild. Game 2, tonight. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Get $1,000 in free survival gear for a limited time. You heard that right. Right now, when you order the powerful Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from MyPatriotSupply.com, we'll send you over $1,000 in life-saving preparedness supplies, including a 4-week survival food kit, water filtration system, an off-grid cook stove, and much more, absolutely free. This offer won't last long, so get your generator and free survival gear now at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Spring is here, but if you're feeling exhausted with no energy and no sex drive, it may be time to head to Low T Center. 1 in 4 men has low testosterone. At Low T Center, you can book a free testosterone test and see if you qualify for TRT customized to your body by expert providers. Choose self-pay or insurance. You can even have your treatment shipped to your door. Low T Center's got the highest quality testosterone, and their providers tailor it to you, so you know it's effective. Put the spring back in your step. Head to lowtcenter.com. That's lowtcenter.com to book your TRT appointment today.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Cecil here for Window Nation. May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try and avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com.
Can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
One wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I'm seeing a bunch of the texts from the tribe over on the Ramos.com text line about our Nuggets conversation.
Yeah, some really bangers coming in on that on our YouTube chat brought to you by Sean Honda as well.
Our boy Mike says, JD, it's disrespectful to call DA a JV coach to JV coaches.
What was the one about, did the Cronkies just become the Monforts?
Yeah, I'm seeing a few of those over here as well. It's just frustrating, man. We know what this is. We know that they're in a championship window, and they blew it. This year was an ultimate disappointing year because it ended in round number 1. It's just frustrating. 720-226C out here too. Says we're hitting the nail on the head. Nikola needs to give some defensive effort before they can be serious. So there's a bunch of issues with the Denver Nuggets. I'm going to do it tomorrow, man. I'm going to do a little homework. I've kind of felt this way from the jump. And Jake said it. He's like, you're going to do that? I'm going to make the case tomorrow why you don't trade Jamal Murray. Do not trade Jamal Murray. And I think that's where my do nots are going to stop. Is Jamal Murray. But
Okay.
that's coming up on tomorrow's show.
Okay.
Cease the Rocks couldn't get it done. Losers of 5 in a row now after a sweep from the Braves and then a rough start here against the Mets. Sugano was good for 5 innings, and then in that 6th, he started to get beat up a little bit. A 2-0 that ended up into a 4-run inning for New York. Thought the Rocks were going to answer. Stand-up triple for Beck. And he comes around thanks to Kyle Karros. Nice little single there. But it was just too little too late. Had an opportunity in the 9th. I'm like, man, Hunter's coming. Castro's coming. Then Troy Johnson, who, as bad he is in the field, he's pretty good up there on the plate.
Right.
And all of them, 1, 2, 3, just down. Losers of 5 in a row. They're not going to play baseball today. Game's already been canceled. They'll play at 7:20 tomorrow, and then the 3rd game of the series is going to go down Thursday, not a getaway day. Thursday at 1:10, they'll play Game 3. You can still beat teams like the Mets. The Mets are still figuring some things out, beat up a little bit, figuring out who they are. I would expect them to win one of, if not the rest of these games against the Mets. And there's a story out right now at ESPN.com ranking all baseball teams in the first couple months.
Okay.
The Rocks got a B on this. A B. And I think that's the right grade. I love what you said about grading on a curve, and I'll leave that for you. But the Rocks aren't on the same scale as the Yankees or the Braves or teams that are really playing to fight for a playoff spot and try to win a World Series. But the Rocks are a completely different ball club than who they were last year, the year before that, or that first year when they ultimately lost 100 games. I think a B is an appropriate grade.
I think it's a great grade because this is competent baseball. It's not the type of baseball we want yet, but it's much better than we saw each of the last 3 years. And how can you tell? Multiple ways. But one of the ways is those blowout games. Last year, the Rockies went 7-44 in blowout games. That's decided by 5 or more runs. This year, they've gone 4-7 in blowout games. So last year, 7-44 in the entire season, 7 wins in blowout games. This year, they've got 4 of them things in 11 games total. So it's 4 up and 7 down. But that's better than 7 up and 44 down as it was just a year ago. So their pitching ranks 19th in ERA. That's likely to be expected. Still working through that. Excited about the future of Chase Dollander. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Excited by some of the veterans they brought in. Sugano specifically as one of those.
Been good too.
Quintana's been good as well there. So pitching will be pitching. It's the Rockies. That's always going to be part of the conversation. But if you can play better and you can win more games by a larger margin and not get beat by said larger margin as much as you did last year, again, 7-44 in blowout games, 5 or more runs. That's not great, Bob.
Yeah.
Turn it around this year. They're already starting to do that. So you're seeing signs of them doing that.
And I wonder, and look, I'm not going to tell you how to root for your team or how to feel about a team figuring some things out slowly but surely. But Cecil, I know I will do this, and I'm not even talking myself into it. So basically what that stat tells me that you just rattled off from that ESPN article we're referencing of grades being given for all Major League Baseball teams. So you're telling me the Rockies went from a historically bad, embarrassing, laughing stock of Major League Baseball a year ago to now being just a bad team? I know that doesn't sound sexy. Laughing stock, embarrassment, all-time bad. To now, you're just one of the bad teams in Major League Baseball. Not the worst.
Right.
One of the bad teams. Dude, I know it doesn't sound good.
I feel bad calling them bad, though. Like
but if you wrote it on
below average.
Like if you wrote it on a piece of paper that this was awful, embarrassing, bad, historically awful.
Right.
And just over here is bad, you're going in the right direction. It's just not the leap that we maybe want.
You're in a different column. That's
there
for
we
sure.
Go. Yeah.
I understand they are bad. They're below average, so thus they would be
like,
bad.
When I got divorced, I had to move in with my friends and their kids, and that's embarrassing. I was in a low spot of my life. I went from that to, I'm not kidding here, a 458 square foot studio apartment. Thought I was a king, bro. Like I got my own spot. I'm not living with the friends.
Right.
I could bring a lady to the house and not be embarrassed. I'm still a little embarrassed because of the size of the studio apartment, but that's what the Rockies are. The last 3 years, they've been living with their friends after the divorce, sleeping on the couch. They got a little studio apartment right now.
Okay.
Bring a chick to, you know?
Yeah, well, it's not bad. It's
right.
kind of bad. It's just...
You're not going to brag about your studio apartment, but you're on the come up from what you once were.
Comparatively speaking to where they were to where they're at now, it's better. You know, B can stand for bad, and listen, they're below average.
I knew that was going to be weird because I'm still calling them bad, but it made sense in my head.
Well, they're better. I think they're bad, but they're better. They're a better version of bad. They're not the worst, right? We could say they're the worst over the last 3 years. They're not the worst this year, so that is progress. Now, how much progress? What's it look like next year? All of these overarching conversations with the Colorado Rockies we have. They're fun to watch.
They are.
On a nightly basis. They got a cool factor that, as the big fellow would say, is off the chain. So you can have fun watching this team, and you can feel like cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When's the last time they were cool?
Oh, boy. Kev, when's the last time the Rockies were cool?
Were they cool? I mean, like the 2019 stuff when they were making the playoffs, it was that was cool. That was cool. Your team makes the playoffs.
That's cool. Right.
Yeah, I mean, because they tied with the Dodgers to win the division.
Right.
And then they had to go play that tiebreaker game, and it ended up going the Dodgers' way. But then I think after that, you had another tiebreaker game with the Cubs.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's probably the last time they were cool.
And that was what? Tony Walters was like the only guy getting hits in those games.
Yeah.
Like, it was rough. It was cool they were there, and then they kind of
Kyle Freeland is up for the Cy Young Award. I think he finished 4th that year.
See, that's cool.
So I think that was cool. You know, Charlie Blackmon had the greatest leadoff season of all time. You know, the pitching was there. You're like, oh, maybe stuff's turning around. And then, you know, Jeff Bridich just decides to screw it all up like he always did.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, it was what Marquez was dealing then. Senza was still a part of the starting staff. You mentioned Freeland. They had a few serviceable pitchers. They were cool, but it's been about 7-8 years since that moment. So B's the right grade, and they're living in their studio apartment right now compared to what it was the last 3 100-loss seasons. All right, Cecil, I want to get back to the Avalanche conversation.
I've got a question that I think we need to probably answer.
In regards to the Avs?
Yes.
Well, let's do that. Plus, some keys to the game coming up next.
The Avalanche, the Wild. Round 2. This is where the real battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer and everything in between. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade Event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. In the playoffs, games are won and lost in overtime, where the pressure is at its highest. In your facility, overtime starts the moment the power goes down. That's when experience makes the difference. For over 40 years, Piper Electric has delivered expert electrical construction, service, and maintenance, including fire alarms and large-scale power distribution. Their licensed electricians are built for high-pressure situations and complex projects. Starting something new? Make the call that keeps you out of overtime. Include Piper Electric. Visit piperelectric.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Spring is in the air, and Aleve long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring is a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsberg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? At Berg Simpson Injury Lawyers, we've helped Coloradans for 50 years, and our results speak for themselves. We have 29 best lawyers in America, 19 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents.
On the end of every text so we can give you a shout out on the show. Another way to get a hold of us, It's youtube.com/DenverSports. That's the Tribe Chat, powered by Champ Honda. We're fired up to get that going for you guys. Watch the show and make friends over there in the chat room. We got to talk some Avs. We are ready for game number 2 coming up tonight in about 5 hours from right now. The Drive's going to be able to walk you right up to it, and they'll be previewing that bad boy for a big chunk of their show. So stay right here on Denver's #1 sports station, 104.3 The Fan. Cecil, I've got some keys to the game. I want to bounce them off you, see if you like my idea or not. But first, you said it. There is a big question.
Yes.
About this team, the series, this conversation. What is it?
We've gone over our mile high moments, and I've got Nazem Kadri getting one in the third period to end this thing. 3-1 final. Avs get the win. Kev's got Marty with a hat trick tonight.
Marty party.
You've got, hey, Wedgie's just going to cement himself. He's the guy. He'll bounce back. You're not letting 6 through in this game.
There's 2 specific moments.
There's
for
a
Wedgie.
question, though, we have not yet asked that I believe needs to be asked, especially with Minnesota changing their goaltender. Who scores first? And beyond that, how much does it matter?
Oh, I think it matters.
I said last week, you can break the rookie. I didn't think it'd be 9 goals in the first game, 8 and an empty netter. Don't at me, bro.
Our boy Logan must have heard it and said, I got to make Cecil look
Yeah. He's a proud Tribe member, right? So he's like, got to make him proud. It made us all proud with those 9 getting in there for the Colorado Avalanche. But I think scoring first might really continue to set the tone, especially if what the Wild do and what I expect them to do is slow things down. They're going to try to be better with 5v5 hockey.
Yeah.
They're going to try to have a more controlled pace in what they do and see if the Avs will make any sort of errors and what kind of defensive mistakes will the Avs make. Minnesota's probably going to play a patient game tonight, but the way that you get them out of that is you score early and you score often. I asked the question earlier, what if it's 3-0 in the first period? What's that look like? You going back to the rookie? Like, seriously, if you're the Wild, what do you do? But I think the question merely should be this. Who scores first and doesn't matter as much? Or does it matter even more now that there's been a goaltender change?
See, and I think it does. I love the question because I think it matters, and I think it matters more.
To set the tone?
To set the tone.
Okay.
Exactly that, because Hines and the Wild now have one more move. You can go back to Volstead. Where's his confidence and how does he play? That's all TBD, but you could go back. But it's not like you could go back to Gustafsson if you make the move and Volsted's not good again. So, yes, the first goal matters in a major way because let's talk about it on the good side. If it's the Avalanche and you're one of those Wild players, you go, uh-oh, are the gates now open? Did he just break one of the levees? What's now going to happen? Are the Avalanche smelling some blood in the water? The other end of that, if it's the Wild and now there is guys like Nathan McKinnon gripping too tight. Hey, we don't want this to get away from us. We know that this team can score at the same pace that the Avs can score.
Right.
And if that first one goes for the Wild way and there's some blood in the water the other way, I'm afraid of what that could look like because of guys like Nate gripping too tight and maybe that having a ripple effect on the rest of the guys on the ice.
Well, your depth scoring is going to matter for sure, especially when top 6s, you can go, oh, they're really good too. The Avs are better, but they don't have that distinct advantage as they do against many teams out there.
I don't know that I'd call it a wash top 6 because it's still a slight advantage to the Avs.
It's close, though.
But it is close.
Yeah, it is close. And Hughes versus McCarr, again, popcorn moment. But I think scoring first in a tighter game can dictate the patience and the game flow that is required either on your side or on their side. If they score first and they're nursing a 1-0 lead, that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to nurse that lead. Not quite 4 corners in basketball, but that's what you'll see more of. Slower, dictating the pace and slowing things down.
It'll look a lot like
maybe
the
a little
Kings.
dump and chase hockey there as well. So that first goal could be the most important goal for either team tonight because you're really going to set that tone. And because you're going to have what I feel is fewer goals, shrinking scoring chances, you're going to have more of a physical play. Net front play, emotions are going to be running high. Whenever you score first, you're going to put an emphasis, you're going to put more pressure on an opponent. You're going to put pressure on the Wild if you get that score first because expect more physicality, expect things to be much different this time out. You can beat that, though. You can change the way that they want to adjust. They're going to adjust to you. They're trying to do that. You can change that. You can make them adjust their adjustment, basically, by getting that first goal. So I think the first goal may dictate the way the rest of this game goes. Still can be an Avs win, but that first goal is going to dictate the pace of play.
That's a great question that you're bringing up because it matters. I think it matters in a major way.
Well, we're talking all about all these scoring. I'm like, yeah, but who scores first? I think that really matters tonight, especially now. I think it matters more. If the rookie's still in there, you go, okay, what's it look like? Maybe they get one, but you already worked him for 8 goals and an empty netter. So, okay, what's that look like? Is he still have that negative momentum? Now that they've made the change to Gustafsson, okay, what does that look like? Can you get one and make them second guess their decision to make a goaltender change just after one game?
Yeah, yes, and how many more changes are there for Minnesota? Like I said, you can't go back and forth goaltenders here. You're going to get a couple of bodies back, big, healthy bodies in Minnesota, but you go down or you go back to Minnesota down 0-2. I don't care who's walking through the door. You're not beating the Avalanche 4 out of 5. Not doing it.
Right.
Can't do it.
Not doing it. So set the tone tonight and get that first goal. I want our group chat tonight to be going around when that first goal happens, either for the Avs or for the Wild.
Yeah.
Because that could really tell how the game is going to unfold.
Well, ways that the Avs can win, it starts by keeping traffic out in front of Scott Wedgwood. Wedgie needs to have a clear path. Wedgie's way must be cleared, and you have to do that with physicality. You have to do that with your body. I said it earlier. Gabe Leckie, Val. Looking at those guys. Gabe Leckie will do it. Val has to do a little bit more of that. It's not something he's asked to do or does a lot of, but it's got the big enough body to do so. Your defensemen in Brent Burns and Nick Blankenberg, if they're there, Brent can do it physically, but he has to be in position to do so. It's the opposite for Nick. He can't do it physically, so he has to keep them out of position
to fight for it. Yeah.
to not allow a Wild skater to get deep and get skates near that blue crease, that blue paint in the crease or right in front of Scott Wedgwood. And the other thing is special teams. You have to score on the power play. This Wild team is not good killing penalties. Take advantage of that. I almost might need a power play goal a night from the Colorado Avalanche for the rest of this series. And then obvious, it's not really a key because it should be freaking obvious, but maybe it's not with the Avalanche. How about you don't give up shorties, huh?
Yeah.
It's been a bugaboo for the entire freaking year.
Let's talk about the power play then, and not the normal conversation of like, are they going to pass too much looking for that perfect shot? Let's merely just bring up this point because my factors, my keys for this game are discipline. You lack discipline. Like, you need to have the discipline. So when they're trying to be more physical, again, they're going to slow this thing down. They're going to try to be more physical. They're going to try to be more structured in what they do defensively. When they're getting in your kitchen, you better react in the right way. They're going to try a little bit of flopping. They're going to try a little bit of like that little extra stuff after the whistle, extra stuff that the refs can't see. They're going to try all of those things to get under your skin. So you mentioned the power play. Okay, how can you attract those penalties on them? Make them have to get a little dirty because honestly, I think they have a few cards they can play. I don't know why I'm stuck on cards. Maybe I should go. Maybe I should go up to Blackhawk. They have a few cards they can play. The goaltender change has already been played. That's a card that they played just now. We'll see how it plays out in game 2. The other card they can do is they can goon it up. And they'll play that maybe even a lot tonight. It will be more physical tonight.
If they go up 1-0, there'll be a lot of that going on.
Exactly. So you can make them try to even be more physical, and that's when they can go over the line. That's where you can get power play opportunities. I feel very confident that they'll have at least a 20% power play rate if they get power play opportunities. It's just how many opportunities are you getting to have a man advantage? We'll see that tonight.
Yeah, draw some penalties. Yeah, I like that. Be a little bit more physical and play with a man advantage.
I'll sound like Will Ferrell. Keep your composure. Like, you got to keep the composure because they're going to try to get you out of your element. They're going to try to get power plays on you by you lacking discipline. And we did see that in game 1 for the Avs. So game 1, fun, exciting, done. It's in the memory banks. It's gone. And also because of that, you can go, okay, got to play way better defense.
Yep.
Way better defense. And you must have much better discipline than you did in game 1.
You must have better discipline. We both have them winning, though. I'm going 4-2. You're going 3-1. Was that your final score?
3-1. Yep.
3-1 for Cease, 4-2 for me. The Avs go up 2-0 and really get a chokehold on the series against the Minnesota Wild. We'll give you some final previews, reset our mile-high moments in about 45 minutes from right now before we get out of the way for the drive. In the meantime, we want to go back to a Nuggets conversation. How would you feel, Tribe, if the Nuggets ran it back by signing Payton Watson this summer? You tell us on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. The Champ Honda, Tribe Chat, youtube.com/DenverSports. We'll catch up there and tell you how we feel about their chances for another title. Coming up next.
The Nuggets need a fresh spark. So why bring back David Edelman? After another postseason full of issues, confusing rotations, and tough questions, Denver doubles down on its original mistake. Is this loyalty or lack of imagination? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
Dan Jacobs with the tale of two cousins. They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303 Law 4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. We'll tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303 Law 4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception we'd love to bust. You do not need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, let's make it happen. Call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans, at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise with Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work.
In the last week of July, you'll find the superstars of rodeo at Cheyenne Frontier Days. The world's top cowboys, cowgirls, buck and broncs, and toughest bulls. Grab your hat, pull on your boots, and join in the cowboys' favorite rodeo. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West. Rodeo tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
Here's what most siding companies won't tell you. By the time it looks bad on the outside, the real damage is already underneath. In Colorado, that happens faster than most people expect. I trust Gravina's Window Center of Littleton because they start there with what actually holds up long term. 50 years plus serving Denver, Colorado in the Front Range. Right now, 20% off of James Hardy siding. Check them out, windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com. DenverSports.com.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, I have a Nuggets conversation to have with Cease, with the Tribe. Kev, if you want to get in on it. Want to talk about what running it back might look like. We're actually going to have a run it back type of conversation at 1:30 about the Broncos, because I'm actually feeling a little different about that team now that the draft and free agency is done. Tell you more about that at 1:30. But Cecil, Nuggets fan out there, you tell me, how would we all feel? We get to September next year, October, when they're getting ready to play some regular season games, and the roster is exactly like it is now.
Right.
Exactly. I'm talking about Payton Watson on it. Payton Watson is back. Val has decided he's going to stay and run it back and see what's going on, despite the weird relationship between he and David Adelman, or whatever the hell went on between those two. They are running it back. Payton Watson comes. Now, I guess it would be a little different, because a true run it back for the organization, because they don't want to get into the second apron, would mean Cam probably has to go. Because if they're running it back in every sense of the word, they're into the second apron luxury tax. None of us feel confident that they're going to do that.
Right.
So as close to running it back as possible.
I kind of wish they would go into second apron. I mean, that would solve a lot of the issues, because you could say, okay, Payton Watson's a starter now. AG's coming off the bench. You still have Cam. They're not going to, so I'm not going to get disappointed by them not going to the second apron by thinking they could do it. They're not going to do it.
If that were the play, and you would just swap Payton and Aaron, and you'd go, all right, yeah, let's figure it out now.
If you're running it back with David Adelman, that would make the most sense. If you're running it back with David Adelman and then you're trading Jamal Murray, more on that tomorrow, none of that makes sense.
Yeah, not to me. So would you... Again, we get to Halloween. They're getting ready to play their first game.
Sure.
And Payton Watson's the starter. Aaron's coming off of the bench, and he's going to play, 20 minutes. What is your confidence in them being back in the conversation as real contenders in the West? That move, bringing Payton back, does it put him in the conversation with Oklahoma City, San Antonio, and Minnesota once again, or are they under them on another tier?
Yeah, and that's the thing. We know the West is going to get better, but how do those other teams, do they get stripped of some talent? Or if you're San Antonio, do you just keep building with Wemby? I mean, that's a very dangerous team, perhaps the most dangerous team in the NBA in the future. If we talk about the future of this league, Wemby healthy is a problem for everybody.
Yeah. Dude, he had 11 blocks last night.
Yeah.
He had 11 blocks in a playoff.
Yeah, it's craziness. Absolute nuts. So would you be in that kind of neighborhood? Yeah, you would. If you ran it back, you would be in the same kind of cluster of teams that are at the top of the Western Conference. You would be right there. They would have the difference maker, though, in every single one of those head coaches that you just mentioned are better than David Adelman.
They sure are. They all are. Not even close, really.
Yeah. So if you're in that neighborhood and you've got the wrong coach, and in the playoffs it comes down to coaching, okay, I can see where this is going, and it's not going to another NBA championship.
No, it's like, all right, can you run it back and still add a little bit of toughness? So running it back, we're kind of talking about the starters. Is Tim Hardaway Jr. going to come back? Is he going to get a better offer and take the money and run? And who could blame him if he did that? Why do we go to work? For money. I really like you and Kevin, but if they didn't pay me to be here, I wouldn't be here.
We'd miss you.
Yeah. We're all working to get a paycheck so that we can pay our bills.
Right.
I'd imagine someone's going to pay Tim Hardaway more than the couple of million that the Nuggets are, and he's going to go. Bruce Brown, will he return on a lower kind of team-friendly deal? There ain't going to be a lot of people knocking at the door, banging it down to bring Bruce to their squad. So I think him returning is likely. But with Tim leaving, or, these minor tweaks of the bench, Can you go get a Bobby Portis? That's a name that I really, really like. You'd have to trade for him. It might take you a Zeke and a Julian Strother to get him.
Okay.
But how much tougher, how much more physical, and especially if Val comes back, you would have Val and Bobby Portis to come off of your bench as big guys, rim protectors, don't take no junk from nobody.
Right.
Those kind of players. I think Bobby Portis' addition to the Denver Nuggets would be huge.
Yeah, and Zeke's had some flashes, very, very brief, but still getting him off the books would be a good thing. And
well, this could be you sell to Milwaukee. Giannis is going to dump your
Right.
ass. We're going to let you start over with free and clear contracts. And Julian, who's a guy that you could insert him into a starting lineup and see what it turns into.
Yeah, I sell Julian almost as not defensively what Peyton Watson does, but perhaps offensively you could get some of that scoring punch if he were to climb up your depth chart. And I'm not even against it. Julian Strother's my guy, but you can find the points.
That's why I was hesitant. I'm like, this is dude.
Yeah, but you can find the points. And by the way, everything's on the table. If everything's on the table, obviously that means Julian Strother. He's further down the list. If you could get a little something for Julian Strother, as saying it as his biggest supporter, I say go for it. Because you need more help. You need a different plan. You need a different head coach. You need a different idea. And if that means moving on from the offense that you get from Strother, it's not consistent yet with Julian. It's probably the injuries, perhaps mostly the injuries that have prevented him maybe from reaching his full potential so far in the NBA. But there's still meat on the bone with the kid. I always ask, have you seen the best of blank? Have you seen the best of Julian Strother? No.
I agree.
Need to stay healthy and then need to see if he could get more consistent because he's wild and he's going to shoot every time. That might be attractive to some team out there.
Well, we wondered if Strother could be a Hardaway replacement, but not as, well, I mean, I guess with the same sort of green light, he can just go out and chuck him up at the rate that Timmy did.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to make 200 threes in the regular season, but he'd be 160 plus.
Yeah, he'd be in the, again, neighborhood is what I'm stuck on. So that would be a plan if you lose THJ. And honestly, I'm not expecting Valanciunas back. I'm not expecting Timmy Hardaway back. I could be totally wrong, and maybe they love it here. That'd be awesome. But I think those two are pretty much gone.
You love it here, too. If someone offers you $4 extra million, I would probably imagine you're out of here.
I'll visit.
Yeah. I'll take a look at what's going on in town. One of our tribe members on the RamosLaw.com text line, 556, is hitting us up here. Hardaway should be a priority. Not a huge one, but letting him walk would be crazy in my mind. I don't have much to argue there. I don't know that you would either, Cease. We both loved what Timmy brought until the playoffs when he disappeared a little bit. But that's my point. He's playing on a like $3 million contract. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but I can Google real quick. I know it's very cheap and team friendly. He's not going to do that again. Someone else is going to offer him. Yeah, he played on a 1-year, $3.6 million contract. Someone's going to double that for Tim Hardaway.
Yeah. Someone's going to find a way to pay him that, and he'll gladly accept.
He was a finalist for Sixth Man of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
That gets you more money.
Oh,
Even though he's a little bit older, that earns you some more dough.
No, and you get it while you can. And in the NBA, you get it, and you get to keep all of it. So we're always rooting for guys to get other deals, even if it means they're going to leave here to do it.
And we've said this one a bunch. The Nuggets need alpha males. They're just a bunch of betas. We've said that a bunch. I don't know that like Bobby Portis is this true alpha male, but he's also I don't take crap from anybody. I will get in your face, teammate or otherwise, if necessary. He's gotten into it with his own guys in Milwaukee, and I like that a lot.
Yeah, I like that too because it shows heart, fire, and energy. Guess what the Nuggets need? Heart, fire, and energy.
They need all of those things. You guys tell us how you feel about the idea of maybe running it back, and we've said it before. I'm not sure that anything masks that of David Adelman, but could you get close to a similar roster and get an MFer on this team to bring a little bit more nasty spirit to the Denver Nuggets? It'll be a conversation we hit all off season long. All right, speaking of running it back, we're going to have that conversation now on the Broncos side. Draft is done. Free agency is over, and it was a little boring. So have the Broncos got better, or are they truly running it back? I'm kind of changing my mind, and I'll tell you why next.
Game 1 wasn't hockey, it was chaos on ice. A 9-6 shootout where defense evaporated, goaltending cracked, and the Avalanche and Wild traded haymakers like it was October, not May. Incredible! Now comes Game 2, and the question is simple. Does it settle down, or does this series stay unhinged? Colorado wants control, Minnesota wants revenge, and after a night where anyone could score from anywhere, nothing feels predictable. Avalanche Wild. Game 2 tonight. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends Soda Diet and Nutrition.com. You've heard me for years and years and years talk about soda weight loss. Now Soda Diet and Nutrition.com, because I lost 60 pounds 5 years ago and never going back. Not going to regain the weight because I know how to eat, what to eat, when to eat. All thanks to Soda Diet and Nutrition.com. SOTA Diet and Nutrition.com. You can call them up 866-800-SODA, and you can join now, and your partner joins for free. That's two people, real accountability for the price of one. I love soda for multiple reasons. Again, it's real food, it's real results. You're losing weight naturally. It's not any sort of pills, it's not any sort of injections. You're not putting mystery chemicals within your body. You are learning how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And it is fantastic. And now that I have that in my tool bag, I can go for the rest of my life because of Soda Diet Nutrition.com, and I can maintain a healthy weight. So thank you very much. You want to get on your weight loss journey in the right spot? That's Soda Diet and Nutrition.com. Again, call them up, 866-800-SODA. Soda is, say it with me, you know it, state of the art.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
This is the sound of Jack buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. It's no secret, the price of HVAC equipment is going to increase this summer. May is one of the best times of the year to buy a new HVAC system. Be ready for a hot, hot summer and get the best prices of the season. Finance a new HVAC system for $200 a month or get 0% interest only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th.
As a mother myself, I'll tell you, she is not going to remind you. She is way too busy being mom.
Which is why we are. Make your Mother's Day unforgettable with a little something truly special from Williams Jewelers.
Prices start at under $500, and we have thousands of fine jewelry choices from names she knows and loves, like Gabriel & Company, Tacori, and Hearts on Fire.
How about a beautiful diamond cross or a precious sterling or solid gold locket?
A Monica Rich Cassan locket with the kids' pictures inside will become a family heirloom she'll cherish for life. We promise.
This Mother's Day, come home to family.
Come home to Denver's first family of fine jewelers, Williams Jewelers.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we
and make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Spring is the perfect time to get your AC tune-up before the heat arrives. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning offers tune-ups, repairs, and replacements 24/7. Book at onehouraircolorado.com.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're talking running it back. Just did that conversation with the Nuggets and how we feel about it. That's with Payton returning. I know it feels a little unlikely, but again, Jake Shapiro did have the report. That's what they want. He and his party were not, saying no right out of the gate. They need leverage too to fight with the Lakers, Bulls, and Nets that are reportedly interested in one Payton Watson. And Cease, I think we can take this conversation and then go to the Broncos from the Nuggets. I was really upset about free agency. You and I went back and forth on that, what they weren't doing and how much more they wanted them to do. We had questions about the middle of the field. We had questions about the future of tight end. That's part of the middle of the field conversation. We had questions about running back, and they answered a bunch of those. So as much as Sean hates run it back, and I kind of like annoying Sean whenever we can.
Yes.
I actually did change my mind a little bit thinking about this conversation. During free agency, we were all frustrated. We did it for the whole week. They did nothing.
Right.
Then they trade for Jalen Waddle. You go, all right, we're taking a step in the right direction. Then you go address that tight end position in the draft with not one, but two different players that are different guys, but can bring each a different skill set. And then you went and got the guy you've been banging the table for since January in Jonah Coleman. Running back depth, got it.
Done.
Future tight end possibility. Got it.
Done.
Middle of the field. Didn't use it. Got it. Jalen Waddle can do exactly that. So when I get to August and they're playing some football in September and things are going on and I see Adam Troutman out there, I'm going to go, Troutman. But then I'm going to see Jonah Coleman, and then I'm going to see Jalen Waddle, and then I'm going to see Justin Jolie. If your name starts with a J, we're fired up that you're here. It's not run it back. They're actually better than what they were when they lost to the Patriots. And I know Bo Nix wasn't on the field.
Yeah.
But Bo has a middle of the field threat, legit threat in Jalen Waddle. JK has a legit backup in Jonah Coleman.
Yeah.
Where I'm not sure they're going to miss a beat once JK goes down. And it's TBD. But I'm very high on Justin Jolie because it's something else that's not Adam Troutman or Evan freaking Ingram.
So you just said the Broncos have their Jays fired up, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
They do.
Sounds like Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like something that'll work, and this had better work, Grand Moff Tarkin, because
they're just going to pre-roll them out there and get them going, dude.
Just pre-roll it and light it up. Light up that football field. Light up that grass, right? That's what the Broncos can do. How many weed references can we tie into the Broncos take? Let's see. I would like this season not to go up in smoke. How about that?
That's good.
And running it back has been – you're turning red. Running it back has been something that we've fought against other than just wanting to make Sean annoyed because that's awesome. I don't like run it back. Well, why are you running it back, Sean? But are they really doing that when Jonah Coleman is here? When Jalen Waddle is here? Waddle will change everything for this Broncos offense. And Bo Nix, who doesn't go to the middle of the field and doesn't have the success going to the middle of the field, now all of a sudden will, because of Jalen Waddle, because of his presence, because of the way that he opens up the rest of the field. Look at the influence we see for the Avs when Nathan McKinnon is out there. And that type of attraction, there's a gravity to McKinnon that just pulls your eyes, pulls the defensive attention. Guess what Jalen Waddle does? The exact same thing, where he's going to pull the eyes. He's going to pull the attention of the defense, and you're going to be able to take advantage with a quarterback that's on time and on rhythm in an offense that he's well-versed in. Even with Davis Webb calling plays, they're not changing systems. They're changing the play caller. And I think the play calling can be much better, much faster, tempo as a weapon. Lots of things setting up for the Broncos this year, even though, they're not really running it back.
Yeah, just that's kind of gone away a little bit. And It was exactly what they were doing before the Jalen Waddle trade. And they can try to convince the mouthpieces otherwise, and they can share all the tweets that they want. But they were legitimately running it back and thinking that that was going to be good enough. Wow, almost what we're saying with the Nuggets and the rest of the West. If your feet are standing still, the rest of the world is passing you by. If your roster is standing still, the rest of the league is passing you by, and it felt like that before the additions. I'm telling you, it's Justin, it's Jalen, and it's Jonah. Those three guys specifically made me go, I got to change my tune a little bit. There's new information. Let me change my opinion.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's what the Broncos have done and provided us with, and now they've got to see it play out. Evan Ingram's super fired up to have Davis Webb calling plays. Does he produce? Does he play more than a career low 42% in snaps? Is he on the field for 85% passing plays? So not only did Evan Ingram not play very many snaps, when he was out there, it was a total tell. I don't want that. I think that's bad for this offense when you can see, oh, Ingram's out there, they're passing, and you're at an 85% clip.
Not only that, they're passing, and it's not going to be to him. So we can take him out of the equation, too.
Right, unless it is to him because Davis Webb is now calling the plays.
This year, but last year, it's like he's out there, but what the hell's going to happen?
Well, and Sean, and this emphasis of like, you got to block. What if you don't? What if you don't?
Right.
What if Evan Ingram is just a receiver? Kyle Pitts it up.
Well, can I ask you, all right, Sean, you want everybody to block. For who? Bo's pretty good by himself. Now, he needs the dogs up front, the big fellas up front to keep him upright.
Right.
But you think if the line were bad and you didn't have 94 blocking tight ends on a 53-man roster, Bo would take multiple sacks? Or is he just a really smart, athletic, and agile quarterback?
Well, why is Sean Payton talking out of both sides of his mouth? Because he says, you got to block for tight ends, and then he also says sacks are a quarterback stat.
Yeah.
Sacks are a quarterback stat, and you have a quarterback that doesn't take sacks. So why do you have Evan Ingram block? Why is he not on the field all the time? Why is he not running routes? Why isn't he getting the ball? The misuse of Evan Ingram might be one of the most corrupt things the Broncos did last year. They let him down. Sean Payton let down Evan Ingram. There's no other way around it. Evan should have blocked better. Why? He's never done that.
Don't ask guys to do stuff they're not good at doing.
Don't go out in free agency and spend a bunch of money and have him tweeting out Joker stuff only to be like, oh, you don't do what I want you to? No, he doesn't, coach. He's a hell of a receiver. Get him out there, let him catch some passes, and open up that middle of the field for Bo.
That's interesting to me. I hadn't thought about this. So you go back to, year ago, where they're doing the dance, and Evan
the Joker
ends up here with that meme sent out on his Twitter. What were those conversations? Maybe that's a little bit of why Evan was frustrated, because if I have a conversation with you and we talk about job description, role, and expectations, and then we get to work and I don't get the opportunity to do any of that stuff you told me was in my job description, role, and expectations, I'm going to be a little bitter about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm going to say some stuff.
Same.
Uh-huh. And this is why Evan Ingram a little quieter this offseason. But I guarantee he's fired up about Davis Webb getting a chance to feature his skill set and knowing his skill set and what he does best. And that's not blocking. And I'm okay with that, by the way.
Yeah. He'd be quiet when Sean's around. But when Sean leaves, he'd be talking again. That's the Evan Ingram story from 1 year ago. But I thought it was interesting. Like, hey, thinking about it last night, I'm like, you know what? I do feel a little bit better. As worried as I am about the Nuggets roster, I feel a little bit better about what the Broncos roster is now, kind of taking all right, you've been away from free agency for a while. The draft is now completely in the rear view. Look at the names on the paper. They're too deep. It's pretty solid for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, and that's the depth that's going to be tested. You're going to need those guys. You're going to need Justin Jolie at some point this season. You're really going to need Jonah Coleman at some point this season.
In a major way.
And you're ready. You're ready with talent that can produce, not with guys that you can't trust.
Yeah, they do have actual plan Bs this time around. And outside of quarterback, which there's not a lot of plan Bs out there, no matter what your coach tries to convince you of, they are sitting in a better position. All right, game day. We are now getting close to 4 hours away from the 6 o'clock puck drop at Ball Arena for Game 2 between the Wild and the Colorado Avalanche. What are our keys to the game? What are our mile-high moments? And who wins this thing tonight? We'll tell you next.
The Avalanche, the Wild. Round 2. This is where the real battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer and everything in between. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Are you considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss? Before you start, ask yourself this. Are you prepared to spend $3,000 to $5,000 per year and stay on the medication long-term to maintain the results? Many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when the medication is stopped, weight regain is common. And here's something most people don't realize. Research shows a significant portion of weight loss can come from muscle, which may slow your metabolism and make keeping weight off even harder. At Colorado Fat Loss, they take a different approach. Their doctor-developed program helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days safely and naturally. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Instead, they use real food to reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings naturally, and help your body burn fat, not muscle. Right now, you can schedule a free phone consultation to see if the program is right for you. Go to ColoradoFatLoss.com. That's ColoradoFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade Event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at DenverSports1043 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
We got an Avs game to get ready for tonight. Might be something for this evening. We have some keys to the game, our feelings on the game. You asked a very important question earlier about this game.
Who scores first?
Who gets the first one, and what's the ripple effect of that first one?
That's going to set the tone.
Yeah, I agree.
think the ripple effect is going to be huge because the Wild are going to adjust and they're going to want to slow things down. It's completely obvious that's going to be their plan. Now, does it work? The Avs are the ones that control that. So go out there and work them again.
But that does go to, and again, I still think this is a 6-game series. I know what Minnesota has on that side. They're a really good hockey team. But if you go up 2-0, if you score, let's just go to the game first. If you score first, man, you're putting a ton of pressure on Minnesota. You think they have it in them or even the confidence in them to go, yeah, we came back from 3-0 last time. Came back, what was it, 5-3, 5-4? You were down and found a way to tie the game up, and then we ultimately know what happens. But it is, you almost have a chance to put your foot on the throat of the Wild by scoring that first goal.
Right.
You put so much pressure on them to perform. Then you put so much pressure on Gustafsson. And if you're just joining us, the Wild are making a goalie change. They're going back to Philippe Gustafsson. He is now going to start despite not playing in about a month. He's played 4 games since April 1st. 4 games. That's it. And we're on May 5th today for Cinco de Mayo. So you can get in his head early with one of those early goals, and you can get confidence of your guys of like, oh, it's not Volstedt, but we can break him just like we broke Rookie.
Right. And that's the thing. They're going to try something new. Can you go out there and dominate offensively? And can you play cleaner? Can you play a cleaner game and tighter defensively? That's, for me, is where it starts. And actually, it's not just for me. Jared Bednar said that. Talking about their scoring opportunities. The scoring opportunities are going to be there. They're the Colorado Avalanche. For the love of God, they're going to have scoring opportunities. How are you playing defensively? Do you have a tighter defensive structure? Are you cleaner in front of Scott Wedgwood tonight? To me, that's where it all begins. Because cleaning up the defensive zone coverage, missed assignments, it wasn't rush chances, hurt the Avs the most in the opener. So cut down on the missed assignments, cut down on the penalties. Talk about their power play. That's awesome. Get the Wild to commit penalties, and then you yourself, don't worry about your penalty kill. If you're not committing penalties, you don't have to play a man short.
Right. Yeah, interesting approach. Don't go to the penalty box at the rate that you go to the penalty box.
And watch out when they goon it up. There's only a few things the way this can go. If it gets out of control, if you get that first goal, if you're up 3-0 in the first period, you're going to see Minnesota try to pull out a dirty bag of tricks because that's really all they've got. It's a desperation move. And again, looking at social networking when the announcement was made, hey, Minnesota's going to change their goaltender, even Wild fans were like, this reeks of desperation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, reeks of desperation.
I told you earlier my 3 keys, like, hey, keep traffic out in front of Wedgie, clog up those passing lanes. You're talking a little bit about that as well. Win on special teams, and your bottom 6 depth. It's better than that of the Wild. The top 6 is pretty similar, but the bottom 6, I think the Avs have the advantage. If I even had to narrow it down, you're like, no, you only get to pick one. I think physicality and keeping people out of in front of the net is the biggest factor tonight. That's how they gave up 6 goals in game 1. Because too many bodies in front of Scott Wedgwood, his eyes not on puck, and that led to 6 goals for the Minnesota Wild. If they keep traffic out in front of Scott Wedgwood, it's a 4-2 win. They're going to keep the Wild to 2 goals. And maybe it's like a 3-2 in that fourth one I am talking about as an empty netter. Maybe it's the final one from Marty to check Kev's box for him. But it's going to be a tight game. It's going to be close. I think this whole series is going to be close. That's the one thing. That's the big emphasis. Let Wedgie see the puck so we can stop the puck.
Yeah, and get ready if it is a tighter game, as we're all anticipating, because no one's saying 9 goals again.
That's not happening.
It's not happening. It's probably half of that. So physicality should increase as scoring chances shrink. Fewer goals lead to more board battles, net front play, emotions running high. Emotions were already running high in game 1. So you got tested. You passed the test. They try to beat you in your way. They try to out-Avs the Avs. That doesn't work. And it didn't work for the Wild. So what are they going to do now? Are they going to try to go back to the well and try to out-Avs the Avs? No, I don't think so. So what are they going to try to do? Maybe a little bit dump and chase like the Kings. They're definitely going to be more physical. They're definitely going to try to get you to lack discipline. They're definitely going to try to give you those extra little rabbit punches, like anything that you can't see or isn't going to be called. They're going to be doing all that and then some. So Cale Makar, you're getting your arm grabbed, get ready to go upside somebody's face again.
That was an awesome moment.
That was
Cale.
great.
And you're also like, that was Cale Makar punching a guy in the face when the referees weren't looking? Let's get more of that going for Cale Makar.
Exactly. Then your physicality, and let's talk about Quinn Hughes specifically, if you're a little bit more physical with him, maybe it changes his plan when he's out there finding incredible passing lanes. I mean, not only is the dude a threat to score in every single time, and in that, I think it was in the Star Series, he tried to bounce one off of Ottinger's head. Mm-hmm. Like, seriously, Hughes tried that. It almost worked. So this is an amazing talent. Makar versus Hughes is huge, and it's must-see TV. So because of that, maybe you're a little bit more physical with him and to see how much he wants that smoke tonight.
Well, you saw Cale. Like, does he have that in him? Does he have that, I'm going to take it into my own hands and police myself so that you can't punk me? Or will it be, I need some help, my security team to come over and do it, which then could lead to them in the penalty box. Second man in always gets the blame,
Now I'm thinking about that security guard with the cross eyes. Like, I couldn't tell if he's looking at me or Rick James. Do with him whatever you like.
Dude, squirrel moment, but you brought it up. I saw on the internet the actual photo of Prince at his palace, Charlie Murphy on the ground after they had just lost the basketball game. That's the true
There's
Hollywood
an actual
stories.
picture?
There's an actual picture of it, and Prince is wearing a blouse. He's wearing a lady's shirt, and he just beat Charlie Murphy and his boys in a game of hoops.
When was Prince not wearing a blouse?
Well, that's a good question. I guess that's kind of his bag, but it was literally the true Hollywood story from Charlie Murphy is real.
Yeah.
And Prince and his boys beat them up and then served them pancakes.
Yeah, pancakes are delicious.
That's like your dream.
I'd get back to playing basketball more often if I had pancakes after every game.
What does he say? Let's go wash ourselves off in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
Is that the only thing cool about Minnesota is Prince?
Prince, yeah.
Prince pretty much sums it up.
Well, and now Anthony Edwards. I can't get over this guy. I love Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That shot he made over Wemby last night is just like, I have so much respect and jealousy that he plays for that organization.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully he wisens up and gets the hell out of there at some point. Maybe to like the Eastern Conference somewhere. It'd be nice for us.
Don't they all do that?
If you're in Minnesota, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at KG. Sorry, Kev. I know that painful
traded.
memories.
He got traded.
I'm sure he didn't ask for it either.
Yeah, of course not. He totally didn't ask for
it.
You don't think so?
No.
I think so.
I don't think he didn't ask and
I think we don't want to
out.
shatter Kev's dreams
Okay.
when he was a little kid.
That's true.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's my bad. But hopefully.
Never meet your heroes, Kev.
He's out sooner rather than later.
2 for 2 so far.
Meeting your heroes?
Yeah.
And they weren't jerk faces?
I met both on the same day.
Who? Peyton and Bo?
Oh, no, not Bo. I haven't met Bo yet. No, Payton and Keith Urban, same day.
Really?
Nashville.
At a bar?
No. Keith Urban came off the stage, got a picture with him.
Okay.
After he did Good Morning America.
Oh, wow.
I was up at 4 a.m. in Nashville.
Dang, you really wanted to meet him.
And so I was there for Good Morning America during the CMA Awards. Boom. Next thing you know that night, me and Stoke getting it down.
Oh, I know this story.
And then here comes Payton walking in after he hosted the CMA Awards.
Was that the boots, the Stokely boots that night? The snake ones?
Oh, man, did he have those? I don't know if he had those yet or not.
Oh, okay. I thought that was
Did you
the
tell
story.
Peyton you met Keith Urban in the morning, or did you just like leave it alone?
No, me and Peyton were talking football.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a couple
breaking
of football
down X's
heads.
and O's.
Yeah, they
12 personnel.
Cole Swindell walked by and was like, "Hey, it's Carolina." You know,
You pulled out the BK. You're like, actually, I have a play sheet on me. Let me run a couple of these by you.
what do you
See
think
how
of
that
this
goes.
one? He's like, Marshall runs that in practice every day.
Yeah, exactly. Also, before we give our final thoughts, I just have to share this. Who's the texter that sent this? Because you're glorious. The Broncos maniac. He writes, fellas, I found her. It's a personalized license plate. Mama Do.
Whoa.
Kev, that license plate reads Mama Do. And it's a minivan. So she's very good with her time and space. Minivan Monday. That's the play. I'm pretty close on now. You're going to judge me, and it's okay. I am very interested in the new Volkswagen electric van.
Okay.
I want to purchase one.
Okay.
So if you could loan me $30K.
But that lady's name is Mama Do?
That's what her license
Mama
plate
Do.
says.
License plate.
Have you met Kev?
Does that mean you have unlimited do? You know what I mean?
Somebody's sleeping on the couch tonight.
What's the distribution here?
Yeah, it was a bit, Kev. It was a bit.
Yeah, it's radio. It's all a bit.
Theater of the mind. Theater of the mind. Poor
All
Kev,
right.
His back's going to hurt tomorrow.
Yes,
you know
it
he's
is.
going to come in. I had to sleep on the couch because I said, have you met Kevin?
Got the fan on, so you got stuffed up and back hurt because you're on the couch. Probably landscaping duty this weekend. Kev, Mile High moment, final score. What's going down tonight?
Let's go. I got my list of Mile High moments for this one. So I'm going to scroll down to number 512. I have Marty Netjes getting a hat trick tonight.
Nice.
The last time he played this goalie, I think his name's Gus Bus for the Wild, he had 2 goals on him. So let's add an empty netter tonight and get that hat trick, and let's win this game 4-1 for the Avs.
Wow. Empty netter for a hattie for Marty? I like the sound of that.
That Marty hat trick, that would give him 8 points in 6 games. That's just goals. If he doesn't have any assists either.
And then the headline coming in tomorrow is Marty shows up in the playoffs now.
Marty has arrived.
And he's been showing up. It maybe hasn't been reflected as much in the box score, but if you've been watching the games, you know Marty's been there.
More than last year.
I thought that you would say the headline said, Kevin Kistner's right again, per source.
Kevin Kisner hits his mile-high moment. Yes, it was 1 of 35, but he hit it.
He said 512, so I'm going to hold it to that.
512, yeah.
512.
Cecil Lammy, your mile-high moment, your final score. What's going down, man?
Yeah, Nazem Kadri gets one in tonight, and he does it in the third period to get the Avs a victory. 3-1, Avs win over the Wild, and it's Nazem Kadri who was out there firing shots. Last time out in Game 1. Game 2, he gets one of them things in.
I like that. I am going to go goaltending for my mile-high moment. It's just how good Scott Wedgwood is going to be. I do have him scoring 2 goals, but I have the Avalanche winning this thing. I think there's going to be a couple type of moments for Scotty tonight between the pipes. And if he does what I believe he's going to do, and then we have to come back and hear anything about Mackenzie Blackwood, I'm going to be pretty upset about that. I'm done with the Mackenzie Blackwood might conversation. Wedgie's the man. It's all over tonight. He'll show that, and the rest of the world will feel how I feel tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Wedgie stands out. Avs win 4-2. They go to Minnesota up 2-0, and there's not a hockey team on the planet that beats this Avs team in 4 out of 5 games. So this one basically puts them in the stranglehold that they can't get out of.
I thought you were going to say, this one's for John. I was like, whoa. Okay,
It'd be for Joe
that?
if we were doing it.
This one's for Jared.
Oh, I like that.
Bedsy ain't done yet.
No.
He said it. He's like, hey, yeah, President's Trophy, great. It's not the trophy we're concentrating on.
That's right.
That's Lord Stanley's Cup. There's still a ways away, still a lot of hockey left to be played, but the business-like approach from this team is one of the things I respect about them the most, because unlike the Nuggets, who are unserious, the Avs are completely serious about cups, plural.
Plural, that's right. They want to cement the legacy of Nathan McKinnon. Not the same over there for the Denver Nuggets.
There was a list going around. It didn't make Check RX today, but a list of like Nathan McKinnon in 100 career playoff games, and he's a little bit further down. I think Mario Lemieux had the most goals in 100-plus playoff games, but still, he's on that list amongst the NHL's greatest. And our guy, Nathan McKinnon, is climbing on said list. So, Nate, go out there. Nate the Great.
Yeah.
Show how great you are tonight.
We will be talking about it tomorrow right here on KKFN. KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and KARS FM Laramie. We will be all over it tomorrow starting right at 10 a.m., and we can't wait to be talking about what we hope is a victory. I do want to mention this because we said it a couple weeks ago. I'm just looking at an email. Scripps and Xfinity are back together again. So you get ABC if you're in Denver. If you're in the Springs, you now have NBC and ABC back on your broadcast. That matters because a bunch of sports will be played on ABC, specifically finals games in both sports. So it's back on Xfinity today. They finally got it right. So we're all good right there. The drive sliding in. James Marilat in for Phil. Zach By sitting in here as well with that sweet beanie again. I love that thing, ZB.
You need it in here because about 1 o'clock every day we've noticed it gets freezing cold. We have winter
Do you guys
jackets
notice
on
that?
in the building.
1 o'clock every day. Well, you're not here at 1 o'clock, but it's not cold when you come in. It's freezing in here at 1 p.m. every day.
Really? Yeah, you guys are literally wearing
We're
coats.
wearing our winter coats
it's cold,
indoors.
dude.
Now, it can get a little chilly in here, so I never threw on the beanie yesterday. I'm throwing it on today. But, like Cecil is in a full winter coat that is zipped up to his chest with a winter hat on.
You guys look like we're doing this show in an igloo.
I told Amanda, I'm like, I get questions all the time, like, why is Cecil always so bundled up? I'm like, it's freezing in there at 1 p.m. You guys don't know. It just happens at 1.
Freezing? Like it's maybe a little cool.
No, do you guys adjust the thermostat?
We can't. We can't. We were told it's downstairs and someone has to approve it.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we're a bunch of babies.
That's what I was told, dude.
I never heard that.
It's like in Daddy's home, too.
I just work here, man. I don't know what's going on.
If the Avs don't win tonight, what must have happened?
That's an interesting way to look at it. One that honestly can bring up a ton of questions. If the Avs don't win tonight, what happened is too many penalties. I really think your penalties need to be under control tonight. Things got a little bit out of control, and because I anticipate Minnesota going the other way, they almost might do a 180-degree turn and go slow this thing down. Let's do a little dump and chase. Let's make sure that we're very physical out there because a lower scoring game is going to lead to more emotion, more of a physical presence out there. So expect that. And if it doesn't go well, it means you didn't respond well to their physicality. And by the way, you got more penalties because of it.
I would say, I'll name some names. If they lose tonight, I know Gabe Landeskog, Turi Lehkonen, Brent Burns, Blankenberg did not perform the way they were supposed to perform. I'm talking about keeping bodies out in front of the net.
Yep.
Wedgie needs a clear path. Wedgie's way needs to be clear. If they lose, those guys specifically did not do their jobs.
The Wild made a change in net. That always worries me of what if that guy comes out and just stands on his head, has one of those nights. He's fresh. I mean, it could go the other way too, right? He hadn't played in a while.
Yeah.
And maybe he's rusty, but who knows? It's a different guy. The Avs had a ton of confidence. The other night, obviously, it felt like anything could get in the back of the net. What if he comes out and just stands on his head? Like, that's the kind of thing I'm like, yeah, okay, didn't see that coming.
He has only played 4 games since April 1st. Last 2 games, he gave up 11 goals in those 2 games. Under 500 as a playoff goalie.
Yeah.
But he's a little bit more serviceable than what they had in
And
Volstead.
I think, and a lot of Minnesota fans have reacted on social networking, this is a total desperation move. After 1 game, I know, 8 and an empty netter, it's not great for the rookie, but it just feels like a desperation move for Minnesota because I've been using cards all day. I got to get to Blackhawk. There's only so many cards you can play. They've played a pretty big card already for Minnesota.
Carpool with Jamal. He's probably heading there.
I knew there was just sort of hanging there. Just sort of hanging like no one's going to grab it. Oh, here's
I think I do feel like they are desperate, right? Like if they lose tonight, they go out there with a guy who gave up 8 goals and they lose again. It's kind of the same thing we said about the Nuggets. Hard to beat 4 times in 2 weeks. Well, so much for that. But do you really think you're going to beat the Avs 4 out of 5 games if you're Minnesota?
I don't think there's an all-star team on the planet that can do that.
So, like, it's basically a must-win for the Wild. I don't know how you could roll out a guy who gave up 8 goals in a must-win. Like, they kind of are desperate. You have to make that move. I don't think they had any other option.
And they can't. I mean, I guess they could go back to Volstead, but then what kind of message is that sending to the rest of the guys, too? It's like they're with Gustafsson forever now, right?
Yeah, unless he gives up 9.
I guess so. Yeah.
9's the number.
Yeah, and you would have to think, and maybe this is too much speculation, but you would have to think the vibe in the locker room, considering his rookie status, Volstat, like, hey, like, really? Are we going to do this again? Like, let's go with the veteran, even though he, doesn't have a ton of playoff experience, 11 total games, I believe, in the postseason. Like, okay, that's better than 0 or 1 where you gave up a 9 spot. So, but it's one of these things, though. It's like you pull that lever this early, and maybe it's required because it does feel like a must-win for them. There may not be another to pull in that same department. But fellas, I want to just make sure that we're not, like, I know we all believe the Avs can go win the Cup. Like, all of us believe the Avs can go win the Cup. Mm-hmm. I feel it in my bones
all
that
of us?
we're going to have a parade.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
just checking, man. All right.
But I don't want to get caught in an assumption that this is going to be easier than it is. I think this is going to be a long series. I think this is going to be 6 or 7 games. And I don't, we do this. We do this as fans. It's not specific to anyone. We do this as sports fans when you have a 1-game sample size to react to and you have the belief. So it's the belief mixed with what your eyes saw, and then you can forecast that this is going to be easier than it is. I think this is going to be a flat-out battle tonight.
Well, we'll know by 9 o'clock tonight. If the Avs are up 2-0, I don't think it's going to be a long series. If it's 1-1, I think you're 100% right. I just think if they go up 2-0 and the Wild have tried both goaltenders and neither one of them worked, especially if the Avs win like 5-2.
Sure.
If you're Minnesota, you're looking at it going, what is our answer?
It's almost human nature to be like, we can't do anything.
Yeah. They've played every card they have. It's like, and we got to try and beat this team 4 out of 5.
No, we can't do this, man. They've played every card.
In net.
Even if you go up 2-0, you haven't played a single game in Minnesota. You would have protected home ice, done your job.
You're going to break out. The series doesn't start till the home team loses a game.
No, I just sat here a week ago. I sat here 1 week ago, a week and a half ago, 10 days ago when the Nuggets were up 1-0, and I'm hearing people all around the market say sweep.
If they'd have won game 2, they would have played last night. I think it all comes down to game 2.
But they didn't.
I know. So that's why I'm saying at 9 o'clock tonight, we'll know.
I think Nuggets and Avs conversation, we have to have a conversation about heart. The Avs have all the heart that the Nuggets just didn't. So I understand what you're saying. I was the guy saying sweep. I was the guy saying gentleman sweep.
Oh, you weren't the only one.
I was the guy saying they took Minnesota's best punch in game 1.
Yeah, I remember you asking
wrong.
that. Yeah.
Charlie Murphy, wrong.
Wrong.
Well,
but
this
you
time,
are right. We
this
need to
Avs
learn our
team
lesson.
Has the heart. And by the way, when you ask, like, hey, if they don't win, what's the story? My answer was about the Avs messing up. My answer wasn't, hey, Minnesota, Quinn Hughes had a hat trick or whatever. Now he could. Hughes versus McCarr is like must-see TV. But still, like, my answer to you was the Avs messing up their chances. Not the Wild, bringing Hercules power to the ice and beating the Avs. I don't see that as happening. If the Avs screw up enough, Minnesota's good enough to get one.
But I will say, I think what James is saying is I agree with you. Nobody's beating the Avs 4 out of 5 games.
No.
But then to your point, there's Eric Sinek just waiting in Minnesota.
Right.
What version of him shows up? He's a really good player.
Really good.
That comes to help the Wild. I'm with you, James. I don't put an all-star team together. Go get Team Canada from the Olympics. I don't know that they're beating the Avalanche 4 times in 5 games. That's just a tough task.
No, and I agree. And I was someone who during the Olympics, right after it ended, said if you took every Av off of every team that was represented at the Olympics, so like Czechia no longer has Nechis, Canada no longer has Kale, Canada no longer has Taser, Canada no longer has Nate. USA no longer has Brock Nelson, right? This Avs team would beat any of the Olympic teams.
I agree.
I agree too, yeah. I like
They
that.
would beat any Olympic team.
Yes.
And with the understanding that at the time, you thought you had a pair of goaltenders who could have qualified for one of the Olympic teams. So that's I have been so bullish on the Avs from the start of the year when I put 100 on them 9-1 to win it all. But that being said, the NHL playoffs are a freaky place, man. They're a freaky place, and Minnesota has awesome players and Olympians, and their backs against the wall. It's just going to look and feel different. Each game takes on a texture of its own. I'll fast forward to the end of the show. I have the Avs winning like 3-2 in overtime.
In overtime?
Overtime.
I think this is going to be a flat-out freaking battle tonight. And so
I called 4-2, and that fourth is an empty netter, so I'm not too far off of where you are.
Yep. So, we're fixing to find out.
That still hits the under.
Yeah,
it does. 6.5. Told you guys during the crosstalk yesterday. First thing I did yesterday morning. All right, we are just hours away now from a massive Game 2 for the Avs. What's the single biggest key for Colorado to secure a 2-0 series lead? We'll fill in that blank coming up next.
The Nuggets need a fresh spark. So why bring back David Edelman? After another postseason full of issues, confusing rotations, and tough questions, Denver doubles down on its original mistake. Is this loyalty or lack of imagination? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here on behalf of my guys at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you guys out there about erectile dysfunction. Now, I know you hear that phrase, all right, and you can get a little bit uncomfortable, but before you go squirming in your seat, guys, what's more uncomfortable than hearing the phrase ED is actually living with it, all right? At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they get it. They have advanced medical treatments for every stage of ED. I'm talking about success rates well over 90%. Because here's the reality. In 2026, ED is nearly a choice, all right? They've treated tens of thousands of men across Colorado for nearly a decade. That initial visit is just $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. It's real simple. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. They have 5 locations and expert staff, all right? So call them at 720-440-7900 or simply visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
At some point, you stop calling it pain and start calling it just how I am now. And that's not okay. And deep down, you know it. I'd love to lead you back to the normal you, the one who is active and carefree. So let's get started now with an introduction to the medical team at QC Kinetics and their long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain. They're helping patients with pain from arthritis or injury in their knees, shoulder, hips, and lower back. And now they're moving, sleeping, golfing, running without surgery or long recoveries. The science is real. The treatments are natural. Your body already knows how to heal. QC Kinetics finally gives it the right tools. No operating room, no hardware, no watching summer come and go from a recliner. And now's the time, because the longer inflammation sits, the more damage it does. So this isn't a I'll get around to it situation. Right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. QC Kinetics.